Hello, everybody. Tis I, Broseph, the Space Crusader Vtuber Guy on Twitch and YouTube, and welcome to this kind of a different kind of stream today. We have an ad break in about a minute, but it's a Zelda Friday. I figured, why not do a stream? Now, if the Switch 2 is out and the Switch 2 editions of Breath and Tears are out, why not react to the voice memos? Because I don't have a Switch 2. I don't have the Switch version of Breath of the Wild, let alone the Switch 2 version. So, yeah, that's kind of the plan for today. We're just going to listen. Stream fast, or is it just you? What do you mean by stream fast? Is it, like, early, or is it, like, am I being twitchier than usual, or what? I'm not sure quite what you mean by that. But we've got an ad break coming up here. I see we got Slashmark, we got JT, we got Luke. How y'all doing? Welcome. Ad break's gonna happen. Sped up? Are you listening at ×2 speed? How am I sped up? I sound kind of high pitched. What are you talking about, Luke? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, JT just survived the ad. Hello. Okay. I'm going to check out. Gonna do some. Let's do this. All Zelda's voice memories, not Tears of the Kingdom. Boom. Broski, hello, Chuzzy Wuzzy, welcome. Not sure it's on your end, but how to fix it? You're sure it's on your end? Okay, gotcha. Maybe just don't listen to ×2. I don't know. You started playing Skyward Sword on the Switch. You don't like Fi. Very few people do. Okay, not very few people. That is a common complaint. I'll put it like that. It seems like, are the ads over yet? Or, huh? So I've got a couple of videos pulled up in a tab. I'm not really gonna do the videos. The videos are. I'm not gonna show the videos. They're kind of ancillary anyway, because it's all audio anyway. Let me mute the playlist. She is useless. I have a lot of trouble figuring out what to do, and she just tells me stuff I already know. Yep, that's our girl. That's Fi. That's her. About to finish Stealth Tank's diss track, but I wanted to pop in and say hello. I wasn't aware that was a thing. But very cool. Or are you working on Stealth Tank's diss track? Is that a thing you're working on? But also, I appreciate the pop in to say hi, Chuzzy. But if, I suppose, it doesn't look like ads are going on currently, so if there's not, how can I play a live stream on 2x speed? Also, where did I mess with that? I'm so lost. I don't know. Nobody else is, like, getting this. You do like the flying through the music there. Oh yeah, the sky music is like appropriately flying through the sky, you know? It kind of gives that vibe. You're making one for him because he wanted me to after you made one on another friend. So you are dissing Stealth Tank. Very fun. That is delightful. He's excited for it, silly guy. That's fun. That is actually really cool. Okay, I think if several people are here, what am I looking for in these Zelda memories, in these voice memories? What I'm looking for is more distinct connections to distinct timelines. I'm looking for further evidence of whether or not the Zonai founding is the first founding or refounding. Like, that still seems to be a debate, and it's I don't like the confusion and questions and just kind of poorly retcon feel that a true founding of the Zonai introduces. Are you wearing a hoodie? Yes, I am. That is in fact the case. Left and came back, so it's normal now? Just so confused. Weird. Also, welcome back, Luke, I guess. But no, so I'm looking for... I imagine, like, Zonai lore will mostly come from Rauru. And his voice memories from Zelda 2, or from Tears of the Kingdom. But I'm looking forward to just more stuff. This probably will be a shorter one. We've got 40 minutes-ish of Zelda memories in Breath of the Wild, 40 minutes, almost 50 minutes in Tears, 23 minutes of Koga in Tears, and like 11 minutes of Rauru in Tears. So that's like an hour and a half of content-ish, plus the discussion, obviously. Did you design the background too? No, Chuzzy, that's AI placeholder that's been placeholding for 2 years, and I should really replace it with somebody's real art, but I just don't know where to look for a good artist that I can feel good about supporting. I don't know. I should probably look into that sooner rather than later, because I'm increasingly uncomfortable. It's just holding on to this AI art, you know? Koga voice lines, really? Yes, indeed, Luke. We get to hear Dr. Doofenshmirtz himself give us some of his lore. What am I looking for from his lore? Honestly, I kind of want his study of the depths, because I think it's mostly shows up in the depths. So I think some depths information would be helpful from him. Also, just hear the funny guys say funny things, you know? Let's see. There it is. This is Zelda. Where are you at? Let me get this audio set up. But I think if we are good here. Hold on. Make sure this audio comes through. That's Tears. Boom. All new voice memories. Okay. So, I'm going to shut off the background music now. The creator of Phase Furbus in this game. We were joking. If you were here for the HAL stream, the HAL stream was very funny because we described Master Koga as the Zelda version of Dr. Doofenshmirtz. It was such a great bit. I loved having HAL on the channel. HAL is so fun. But that's where that comes from, JT. We may refer to him as Dr. Doofenshmirtz. And using the Ganon Resurrectionator. But that was a great bit, man. What do I think of Phineas and Ferb as a whole? Well made. But this isn't this stream is for a very set discussion here. So, can you guys hear Zelda talking? Can you guys hear? No. Doesn't appear to be. Did you guys no, none of that? Dang it. Playlist. Make sure we're getting all new voices. Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition. Okay, we'll save that. And your background appearance sounded like a diss for no reason. I was gonna make a comment on your background, but it sounded like a diss for no reason. As long as it's in good fun and good faith. Is this coming through? No. If not, why not? Hold on. Why is this not Playlist. Monitor. Huh. You know what to do? What does it throw? Throw a metal pipe at me? That's what I thought, JT. Makes it look like you're trying a try-hard edgy teen making vids for social media in his room because he doesn't have enough money to go out. Sometimes your brain is more unhinged in the morning. You prefer being nice to people. The I don't make vids for YouTube social media, I suppose. So like, edgy teen, try-hard edgy teen. No, I am significantly not a teen. I am not a teen, but I get the look. In his room, I am in my room. I don't have a set aside office for this because I have roommates and stuff. Not enough money to go out. You hit me there. Maybe just add a different. Where are you at? Application audio. Add this as a source. Try hard edgy man. Get it right. I'm a man. Okay. Zelda Notes. Boom. Okay. Is this audible? No. Why are you not? Why is this not? Maybe ask it nicely. Maybe ask your mom nicely. The Zelda audiobook is not 3 stars. I don't know what the stars are. It is not behaving nicely. I want to just give the Audible.com. Oh, Audible.com. It censored the thing. That makes sense. You know what? I don't want to pull up desktop audio because it'll like replay. It'll make things echo like the metal pipes. What's your source? I'd rather just have the audio from the one window. Why can't I? What? Perhaps it's being too discerning between windows. Hold on. Maybe if I just do this. Because I just want the application audio. Your mom makes sense. Okay. Why are we... Come on, scuff. Let's get unscuffed. Please. If you please. Does this work? Would it work better in the...
Hello there.
Hello there! Hello there, you Thanos. Welcome. Are we... Okay. Maybe I have it in... If I have it in a different browser, it'll be nicer to me. So... Come here. You. Skip the... Is there an ad here? No. Okay. So now let's try setting this source to be the other all Zelda. Come here. Where are you at? No, not that. Joking. You bought 2 more PJO Universe books at the mall. PJO. I don't know what that is exactly. Knowing you, I don't know. Where is that? Not that one, not that one. I guess I should have tested this first. I should have tested this. Oh, Percy Jackson. Okay, there it is. Thank you. Neat. I've never read one of those in my life. Okay. Let me fix that one there. I'm trying to fix the audio issue so we can actually listen to these and talk about them. Again, should have tested this sooner, but I don't have an excuse. I'll take myself on the finish of this track. Good luck fixing the techie stuff. Have a fun chat. Let your mom know she looks nice today. Okay, Chuzzy, thank you. What's the best part of Skyward Sword? The story and the dungeons are solid. The dungeons are really solid in Skyward Sword. But the story is also pretty solid by Zelda standards. Okay. Why? Let's close that. Should I like is there a button to update the sources? Because I got my playlist, that thing here. Huh. I don't get it. He plays Pookie's jump scare mansion, except for the time travel shenanigans being inconsistent. Oh yeah, except for the time travel, yeah. As far as the quality of Skyward Sword story goes, you know what? I'll let you guys have the background music for a bit. Another thing you don't like is the paraglider because it only. Yep. It is a purely context-sensitive and more for flavor than anything. And that is a lame way to do an item. That is something I agree with that. Okay. Application audio. Add this as a source. New one. Zelda. Booyah. Here we go. Can you guys hear this?
I understand that the gates
loud.
of Hyrule Castle are being
Here we
built
go.
in preparation for the calamity. At the moment, Sheikah researchers and skilled Goron blacksmiths are working together and have gathered within the castle walls. It's clear to me that Father is taking the threat of the calamity seriously.
Okay, that was the first one. That's just her talking about the calamity and the gates of the castle. Neat. Can I get like a... This is, by the way, I'm watching this on Zelda Universe. The Zelda Universe channel has set this up. Check them out. Okay. Hyrule Castle. There's more Hyrule Castle stuff. So there's another one. Hyrule Castle Dreading Banquets.
Dining hall is occasionally
a lot of this
used
is
for
to me
grand banquets.
flavor characterization.
I cannot say I enjoy the looks other attendees give me. They are always ones of expectation and disappointment in preparation for the calamity.
No. Wrong button. Wrong button. I was trying to set something else at the time. Zelda 10 Zelda sound? Okay, hold on.
Who stands at the entrance to
There
the
we
hall.
go.
His unchanging nature is...
Okay,
I
hold
fix
on.
my eyes on the temptation and disappointment. I enjoy the looks other attendees give me. They are always ones of expectation and disappointment.
Yep.
But whenever I feel
Because
such
she's
pressure,
a failure of a princess.
I fix my eyes on the knight who stands at the entrance to the hall. His unchanging nature is a welcome relief to me.
She likes Link, fellas. Fellas, she likes Link. she likes Link. I should have something up here. A visual aid of sorts, huh? Let me pull up Zelda BotW. Let me just pull up a picture of her so that we know who's talking. Images. There. Boom. There she is. The knight and not her knight. So I wonder if this is Link before or after he was assigned to her. Excellent question. What is the timeline on this? The knight who stands at the entrance of the hall. It's not Link. It's not my knight. It's that one knight. Excellent point there, Luke. This is before they know each other. You bring up a solid point. This is called Down Below.
Observation room. Father would often stand here, looking with kind eyes down upon the bustling town below. I recall him saying, "One cannot rule a country without knowing its people."
Okay. Just a little characterization with her and her father. Her father sounds like a decent king so far. Despite his worry and such, and his, like, kind of pushing his daughter to do things. So Hyrule is a country. I mean, yeah, it is a kingdom, or more accurately.
The purpose of a gatehouse such as
Protective
this
great
is to allow
gate.
enemy soldiers in, only to seal the entrance shut, cutting them off from their forces before wiping them out entirely. Over its long history, the first gatehouse has never been breached.
The first gatehouse. Is that the one where you walk into it, the door's shut, and there's the Lionel? I think that might be the case. Which, funny you should bring that up. Alright, next one.
We are fortunate
Stream
that
of
so many
support.
aspiring soldiers have come to our aid from many different settlements. The guard's chamber is so crowded now that the sound of clashing swords seems unending. I, too, must contribute as best I can during these times.
So, more of her being insecure about things, and this is like in the guard room, it seems. Still before she met Link, it seems?
If the sturdy iron bars
prison.
are any indication, those who are brought to the lockup must have committed weighty crimes. I don't believe it's been in use for a very long time, so the guards who would normally stand post here have instead been sent to watch over the castle.
Interesting. So there's been nobody big enough to hide in Hyrule's prison for a while. So crowded now, meaning conscription is increasing as the calamity approaches. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I think these voice memories might be like these are kind of like before everything. I don't know how they're ordered here. We're in Hyrule Castle. There's Central Hyrule Part 1. It's broken up by region, it seems. Part 1, 2, 3. Part 1, 2, 3. I wonder if they're also. I wonder how they at Zelda Universe decided to break them up here. But next one after the prison.
I've heard the docks
busy
were originally
days.
built as an escape route for emergencies.
Oh.
Now, instead, it serves as a bustling hub for merchants and fishers. I've not seen that large brazier lit before. I wonder if there is a reason for it.
Zelda, you just gave away a puzzle location. Zelda, this blatantly gives away a shrine location. That's funny. So the underwater docks as an escape route, and in case of emergencies. That brings to mind A Link to the Past. I don't think this is the same castle as A Link to the Past. That is not my theory. But, interesting that, like, the rivers and sewers have been used as an escape route, like, twice at this point, between Link to the Past and Echoes of Wisdom, which is interesting. Interesting call out there.
Books from all around Hyrule live here in this library.
The library.
As such, it is a critical place for conducting research, but Father has forbidden entry. Guards are on constant watch just outside the entrance. So, for now, it's best to enter using the hidden passage from the docks.
So Zelda's giving away a secret thing. Why is Father forbid? Her father isn't letting her into the study so that she doesn't read about nerdy stuff. She's like, go pray to be the goddess's incarnation. You're supposed to. Thank you for the metal pipe, face melter. Is this a reaction scheme? This stream? This is a scam. Face melter. That's what it said on the schedule. I'm not gonna play Breath of the Wild on Switch 2 to find all the notes because A, that'll take forever, and B, I don't have a Switch 2. Or Switch Breath of the Wild. So, but yeah, this is a reaction stream. But thank you for the metal pipe anyway. Thank you for killing Yoda, you Thanos. Bro, the rare 1 in 4092 shiny. Oh. Consistent behavior from Rome boss Varamus Hyrule. Doesn't want Zelda doing research right up until he basically gives up at the end. That's kind of what this seems to say. Well, you don't have breath. Yeah, exactly. I have it on Wii U. What's the next one? Two thrones.
Sits at the center of the castle and is the site of many official events.
Croissant
Father
behavior.
would take the throne to the left, and Mother, the one on the right. Her throne remains unchanged and untouched since her passing.
Croissant. Yeah, I know. I saw. I croissant behavior is what French people do. So just talking about Mom's dead. That's sad. Mom's dead, that's sad. And they've not done anything. Interesting. Nobody has touched her chair.
Days begin and end with the toll of this bell. Typically,
the
it
bell
is heard
at top
throughout
of
the castle and the town below. In the event of an emergency, however, its tone rings loud and clear all through Hyrule.
That's what bells do. That's what I had guessed from the bell tower in Hyrule Castle. That makes sense to me. Just like any other teen girl who has a dead mom. Yes, having a dead mom is sad.
Despite the lovely bed prepared for me here in my room, I cannot remember the last time I was able to sleep the night through. I suppose it's to be expected. If what was prophesied holds true, there is little time left.
So far, it's characterization and flavor text, less lore, especially around the castle, which makes sense because of it being her home and all like that. I kind of hope we get a little insight into some of the lore.
This place was originally used as a watchtower, but I've repurposed it into my own study.
Oh, the Zelda study.
It's perfect for conducting my studies away from Father's prying eyes. At the moment, I'm learning about ancient relics, as well as the preservation of endangered species.
Nerd! Zelda's a nerd! I expect it to be the pattern, but just because I wasn't intended to give lore doesn't mean we can't pull some out of it. Or at the very least, pull characterization out of it, you know? How do you think they recorded this with little microphones, or is this magic? That's an excellent question. Zelda... Did Zelda record these on... But then again, how did we get Rauru? Like, Rauru, I can understand Link having Rauru speak to Link through his, like, hand connection. But then you got Koga, who has stuff in Zelda in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I could imagine this is, like, Zelda has the Sheikah Slate, and she's carrying it around and creating voice memos. The Wii U built-in mic? No, the Nintendo Switch 2 built-in mic. This is next, but, like, how is this recorded is a good question. Or maybe this is, because I don't know. my best guess, like in universe, is Zelda may have had the Sheikah slate at this point in his recording messages. I don't know. We'll see what is
Among
next.
the many overlooks, this is my favorite.
Memories at the gazebo. Which gazebo? There's like a destroyed gazebo, huh? Maybe it is water because water remembers. Well, we'll have to see what the Kogo ones say before we can decide on anything. Fair.
I remember spending time with Mother here. Back then, Father still laughed. Frequently. I wonder if the day will come when we can laugh together like that again.
Spending time with Mom and Dad at a gazebo. This was added to Breath of the Wild. Because there's like a destroyed gazebo somewhere in Hyrule Castle. But this, I feel like this was added specifically in reference to like foreshadow or be a parallel to the scene in the gazebo with Rauru and Sonia. You know? I think that's what this feels like. That's actually kind of neat. I kind of like that. That's kind of neat. Making it, I don't know, tying the two together a little tighter thematically. I wonder if they might use the Zelda Notes here to talk about where the Sheikah tech went after Breath. That was a thing people complained about. Became very grim after the queen who died also. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Characterized as Roman, but also, yeah. Because here, he was a jolly old king fella.
Beyond the moat bridge lies
Barred
a
from the
prison where
prison.
those who have committed grave crimes are sent. Ever since I was small, I have been forbidden to cross here.
Okay, the little guardhouse prison thing. Yeah, that prison isn't the place for young ladies, I would say.
The
Unless they're
origin of the
criminals.
dragon's blood tree's name is...
Oh, this is in the Ceres Scablands. This is those mushroom trees. The dragon's blood tree.
unknown. At one time, the water from the surrounding mountains flowed into a network of rivers on this plateau.
Oh?
Perhaps the water itself was likened to bleeding, the network to blood vessels. And over time, it came to be associated with dragons. Thus, the current name.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up a map. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up my Breath of the Wild map. That occurs to me. I should probably pull up the map and then talk about things. Lore. The lore. Interesting, because this is like the water tables are all over the place in these. In my videos folder, in my Zelda Project 3 folder, my maps. Here's the breath. Oh. That was directly into Twitch, not into here. Here is the Breath of the Wild map. Large. I stitched it together myself. But I'm going to move my shelf over here. I'm going to move this here. And I'm going to pull out the arrow. I'm going to kind of lock you in place. Also... Zelda. Where'd the Zelda picture go? I'll delete that. Okay. So this, then I'll put like about arrow or something. Common assets. This arrow. Oof, large. And then we'll flip this guy around. Come here. Transform. Flip. No, not center to horizontal. I want you to flip horizontal. There it is. But no, here. Yes, here in the Ceres Scablands, which was one of the areas I thought could be potentially. I had likened to that one place. Recap what Zelda said. Water coming from Thundara Plateau. Da, 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 da. Yes. Oh, come here. Lock. Let's actually lock me in. Lock the map in. Take the arrow. So yeah, from these mountains here, onto this plateau, like the Thunder Plateau, into the Seri Scablands. Yeah. And the Dragon's Blood Tree. I didn't know that's what they were being called. That's the PowerPoint presentation on Switch. On Twitch, yes. The Dragon's Blood Tree. Interesting. Associated with dragons how?
It is
Open gate in Central Hyrule. In Central Hyrule somewhere. Okay.
It's been decided that we will investigate ancient Sheikah ruins in preparation for the calamity.
Ancient Sheikah
ruins. The
ruins.
entrance to the Royal Ancient Lab, which we were forbidden from opening, now stands open. Things such as blueprints still remain, and Pura and Robbie have been absorbed in reading them, sparing no time for sleep.
Ancient Sheikah ruins. This is in, like, Central Hyrule. Some of these structures in Central Hyrule are ancient secret ruins, and that's an ancient lab? Huh. With the lightning dragon? That would be in the south, never mind. I mean, perhaps. It's on the map in Age of Calamity. Yeah, interesting.
With the Rito and Gerudo coming here to offer up specialty wares from across Hyrule, Marita Exchange is always a lively place.
Marita Exchange.
In particular, the fish being sold here are popular among Rito and Gerudo alike. They sell out almost immediately.
This is that one market just off the plateau, yes? Yeah, that's the market just off the plateau. Sleep like a horse, 2.9 hours a day. Ah. Solitary moving stable.
I've been told the people of Sirin Stable just moved here, hence the many wooden boxes all around. Originally, stables were started up by nomadic people who would host travelers. It seems the tents at these stables are a relic of such times. Nowadays, stables stay put, so finding a mobile one such as this is a rare thing.
Interesting. So, the stables were run by nomadic people. There were nomadic tribes in Hyrule. I wonder. Interesting. Hope the stable isn't still full of boxes, considering it's been 100 years. Calamity happened. It might still be full of boxes. You break them open, you eat an apple. Interesting. So the stables have, are a recent, system. I wonder if, Ordon people, or people from that region, originally moved over and started. I hope there's bananas in the boxes. What are you, a Yiga clan member? This is also in the Hebrew region. Specifically. We're doing the Hebrew region stuff. From Breath into Tears 2, so it doesn't surprise me that they're mobile. Yeah, the locations do subtly change. For a good number of them.
The bridge on the south side of Tanagar Canyon is closed because of deterioration.
Tanagar Canyon. That would be that one there. That would be that bridge, the one that's kind of in shambles.
Which means the travelers coming and going from Hebra are funneling here to Snowfield Stable. It's flooded with travelers, and the innkeeps seem exhausted. Once the calamity is behind us, one of the first orders of business will be repairing the bridge.
Interesting. That's interesting. So this bridge was broken at some point, and so they wanted to fix it, but then they're like, the calamity happened. So we're in Hebra. Let me just. Hello, Tati. No, I am not associated with the Bread Boys, but it does give off a similar vibe, now doesn't it? How are you today? We are listening to the Zelda memo chat things from Tears of the Kingdom. Okay. Village blanketed by snow.
Year after year, more villagers depart from Tabantha village, never to return. It seems the bitter cold is challenging company. Now there are few who live here, and lines of empty homes.
It's
Many
like
of the people who
this
work at
here?
Snowfield Stable are originally from here. The proprietor was proud to tell me that of all of them, Rito Stable boasts the oldest history. He also shared that no matter
The
what
one with
price
Wizrobe
was
in the
offered,
ruins. Yeah.
he would never sell it.
Same helmet? It is a Crusader helmet. Yes, or Space Crusader helmet. But yes, quite.
His passion for this place will surely be carried on through his family line.
So that's about the innkeep at the Hebra stable. Interesting.
Divine Beast Var Meadow seems to be soaring easily through the air. Training must be going well. Among all the divine beasts, I am told that Meadow, controlled by air currents, is the most challenging to maneuver. Yet Rivali continues to impress.
Okay.
I imagine he, with his strong sense of duty and work ethic, has trained more than anyone else.
You could call it that. Did you credit for the helmet? My dude, my guy, this is a traditional, like, design from... I made this helmet. I take credit for the helmet. I made it. I drew it. Obviously, it's very Crusade-inspired, but it's also, like, got a little Boba Fett, a little Samus in there, you know? Interesting. So we get her impression. Let me see. So this was recorded after, obviously, the preparations for the Calamity started. But before... Is this before Link's Her Knight? She hasn't mentioned Link yet. But definitely after the champions have been chosen. Boys have a copyright on the great historical helms and historical great helms. Yeah, apparently. They are fun content, though. I'm an ex-Giga clan member who rebelled against the Giga. Guess that makes me a Sheikah. I suppose double negative makes a positive. I don't know if that's where your obsession with bananas comes from. But interesting that we'll be getting some insight on the champions too. If you're a knight, how can you beat a titan named Giganto? Can I beat? Not right now. I'm a little busy on stream. Give me some time. I was once in my past life. I just got shot. I see. We've got Meadow's Perch.
This stone pillar towers overhead in the center of the village. It occurred to me that it may be Meadow's Perch, and a frightful image sprang to mind. One of the pillar crumbling beneath the weight of Meadow. However, this divine beast is far lighter than it appears as compared to the others. My concerns, ultimately, are unfounded.
Interesting. It has to be light enough to fly through the sky. That makes sense. It might be Meadow's Perch. So that is to say, during the first Calamity, that was either designated or set up to be the place where they park Meadow? That's interesting. Perhaps even the founding of Rito Village might have been somehow connected to the first Calamity. If, like, there's the spot that's Meadow's Perch. Sturdy rock and lightweight. What? Everything changed when the Calamity attacked. Exactly. The Soaring Village.
The winged inhabitants of this land call Rito Village their home. The wind currents facilitate upward mobility throughout its vertical design, allowing the Rito to fly from one area to another with ease.
The question is, how do they evolve?
Additionally, platforms were originally constructed to connect the areas for other peoples, but it seems even the Rito are using them more and more.
Okay, so just kind of like, this is the design of Rito Village. That's what it was originally. But, like, are we going to get the origins of the Rito? Are they going to talk about how they evolved from Zora? Or is this like a different... How are they going to do this? What are we going to learn about the Rito today? Hello, gamer! Gamer of gamers. Finally finished Chapter 4 of Deltarune. The game is so good. I have heard... I'm aware that Deltarune is good. Today we are reacting to the Zelda Notes things. The Zelda Notes voice memories. Kinda just doing some lore discussion. That's what we're up to today. Because I don't have a Switch 2. And I want to be able to make videos about this stuff. So let's see. Feathered Traditions. I want to hear some Rito lore. Give me Rito lore.
Rito fabrics are high quality, making them popular at the exchange. Mother adored this store and special ordered this coat. It is made with the finest of down feathers.
She's talking about her little white outfit coat, right? The one she wears in the cutscene. The Dorito. The only subset Rito that make houses with doors. They're also famous for a brand of fried pastry that make you Samantha Wheaton Goron spice. Yes, I would love that. That needs to be like a comic or something.
It fits me so perfectly that it feels as though it were custom made for me. To think I am the same height as Mother now. It brings up such feelings in me.
Oh! Her cute winter coat outfit was her mom's. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Did they make clothes out of their own feathers? Hair? I don't know whether it's their down feathers or whether it's like cuckoo down feathers. Either one. I mean, like, they molt every like season, right? They have. It's not like they're inhumane in where they can source their feathers. If it is Rito feathers, I imagine it's just what they molt and wash them. You know, why waste it? Exactly. Alternatively, it could just be cuckoos. It could just be other birds. Like that's a thing. But that's a fun little detail. The fact that her winter coat from those cutscenes was her mom's. That's interesting.
It tends to be their fabrics that garner attention, but the Rito have the best woodworking techniques in Hyrule as well. From their serving dishes to their structures, even the very framework of their village, the Rito have made everything from wood. I'm told the way they transport lumber mid-air is quite the sight, and I'd love to see it someday.
Okay, so interesting their carpentry. She kind of sounds like Hermione. That makes sense. Googled it. The Rito down bed in Rito Village is explicitly made using Rito down feathers. So, if they're making a soft plush coat, why else wouldn't they? That makes sense, actually. Sure. They... Imagine... It would be like if somebody made something using human hair. Like, imagine recycling human hair to make a blanket. Ew. That sounds weird, but like, yeah. Or like jewelry or something like that. I bet there's places where like human hair has been used traditionally, like even, you know, ethically sourced human hair. That's called wings.
I've heard that the Rito use refined group tactics in combat. Their elder has incredible intellect, the sharpest among the Rito, in fact, and Rivali is said to be the strongest Rito in history. It is said that they're an ironclad force, unlike any ever witnessed. I even sensed remarkable composure from the elder, as he told us not to worry about them. It was reassuring.
The strongest Rito in history. That won't go to his head. Saw a guy make a knife out of a human hair once. Well, there you go. So just talking about the Rito are organized in their army, which, like, if you think about it, like, there are some birds that like will group up on things. It makes sense. I did see that, JT. A little off topic because we're talking about Zelda lore here, but Jaws is an excellent film, and it being 50 years old is pretty neat. Let's see, what's the next one? Bedraggled Wings. We're getting more Rivali lore.
Watching him practice here at the flight range.
This is a fright range, gotcha.
He's a truly unique champion. He creates an updraft and then catches it, soaring upward rapidly. He is the only one capable of such a feat, and yet it isn't even what makes him so remarkable. Well,
if you think he's so cool, why don't you marry him? Based off birds of prey, it is impressive. Mostly I ever see corvids and smaller birds work in groups. There are, like, some obviously you got your, like, migratory birds that will work in patterns back and forth. And then, like, yeah, more often, like, the birds of prey will, like, kind of compete. Or if they're, like, all in a flock, like carrion birds, they'll compete for it. But Rito are, you know, intelligent birds, so probably more along the lines of corvids. Do you think Ravioli loves himself a little too much? I think he puts on a facade to hide his own insecurities because he's got to be the best, and he has to, like, measure up to this bar internally that he doesn't think he does, but he wants to prove that he does. You know? The Dorito are big brain birds, and they don't have bird brains. So far, at the very least, they're skilled at what they do. Secret Rito Spring. Like the hot spring. The hot spring in the mountain. The hot spring in the mountain that I bring up in the video. It's like right around here. There's a hot spring that in the video I bring up. It's like, yeah, there totally is volcanic activity under Hebra, so there are some interpretations that could be valid. The voice actor described it as reverse performance anxiety. That makes sense.
To Gothlam's secret hot spring, telling me I was overworking
myself.
Gothlam. Since he can only carry one person, he said he would act as my guard, so Link is waiting at the village. I cannot remember the last time I relaxed on my own like this.
So, Link is part of her crew at this point. No? Do I look dead to you, JT? Gothlam Secret Hot Spring. I forgot that. I didn't know that was the title of it. Interesting. I think Mount Hebra is also Mount Krenel. That is an option. That is an option. Talk about volcanic activities all the time because it's important to the Zelda lore. It's important to the Zelda map. Hebra being Mount Krenel is an option, but the thing that would need to convince me of that is I would need more evidence to convince me of that. Evidence that I have not really found aside from vague positioning. You know? Oh, the Scars story. This is about that one mountain that has a hole blasted through it.
I've always wanted to investigate the Hebra Mountains up close.
Hebra?
It appears the mountainside has been scarred by an energy blast. Naturally, I would think this scarring was a direct result of the calamity 10,000 years ago. But was that the case? From what I can tell by looking at it, it would seem the mountain was blasted from the direction of Hyrule Castle. I find this unsettling.
Zelda trying to figure out Zelda lore? The hole in the mountain was blasted from the direction of Hyrule Castle. Huh. Or maybe it's just me being American Midwestern going Hebra, you know? Oh! Forgotten Temple! Okay, Forgotten Temple. Hold on. The Forgotten Temple. We're getting information on the Forgotten Temple. This is huge. This is important. This is one of the things people always level at me and saying, it's the thing from Skyward Sword. It's not I'm like, guys, it could be a visual. This is big. Yes, the Forgotten Temple. Let's listen to what she has to say about the Forgotten Temple.
These ruins are thought to date back to the kingdom's founding.
Right off the bat, date back to the kingdom's founding. That does depend on whether or not we are talking Raru's founding. Is it a refounding? Is it the initial founding? Is Raru's founding the same as... But that's significant. Already, just one sentence in.
It seems likely that something of great value was once here, as there are many guardians in the area.
Something of great value was once here, many guardians in the area. Meaning, during like one of the earlier, like the first calamity, or like the earlier calamity, it was something that was important here during that early calamity. Interesting.
Additionally, according to ancient documents, there was a room beyond the goddess statue, but it now appears to be buried in sediment.
Okay. Right. There is a room beyond the goddess statue. That's a thing in Tears of the Kingdom. They're putting this retroactively in there as a tease for Tears of the Kingdom. Meaning that chamber, the Sage Chamber was important enough to protect with guardians during the first calamity. Now, Kingdom's founding, asterisk. Is it a refounding? Is it the initial founding? I'm not convinced of initial founding, but perhaps we get more information. But this, okay. Forgotten Temple. That was a... We got information. Dates back to, so it was built at Raru's founding, at least. She's believed Skyward Sword events happened, but under law... We'll see what they have to say about timeline stuff.
The existence of a shrine has been confirmed here at Typhlo Ruins.
Okay, yeah.
Could that darkness act as a test to the one chosen by the sword that seals the darkness?
Oh, Typhlo Ruins. Right, the one in the dark forest. Right. The darkness acts as a test for the... Okay.
I don't think I can go much farther, however. I wonder if I will have to ask him to come investigate. No, I don't want to have to rely on him for this.
Okay, so Typhlo Ruins, the darkness surrounding it is part of the test, and that is why it lifts in Tears of the Kingdom and isn't there. Interesting. Which is... Typhlo Ruins is this one right here. Also... Get a little characterization with like, should I ask Link for help? No, I don't want to ask Link for help. I don't want to have to rely on him. I'm not gonna talk. No, I want to do this by myself. I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need no guy with a sword who's got muscles and is kind of cute. And no. This is little extra characterization. I do like the little extra characterization. We have an ad break starting in about Very good impressions, by the way. Thank you. We got an ad break starting in 10 seconds. We will continue after the fact. But until then, so far, not a lot of like big reveals, but no less kind of interesting. No less kind of interesting. Yeah, you're about to go into ad jail. We got 3 minutes of ads. Apologies for the length of time. But we didn't get very far into this yet. Maybe I should just let some of them play without so much commentary. Because if we want to get through this the entire thing, it might take longer than I thought. But I kind of think these lore, the voice memories, are something that kind of was missing from the original. I think it's also interesting how they're able to go back and retroactively add foreshadowing lore to Tears of the Kingdom, where they can say, like, set up what gets paid off there a little better. I kind of don't mind this. I actually kind of like this in concept. This is auditory. Yes, you are in adjugatory, I suppose. But yeah, I think so far they are cool, helpful for theory crafting. Not quite yet. Like, there's some things where it's like, oh, this dates back to before the previous kingdom, these ruins, or this the laser blast coming from Hyrule Castle. So maybe that's like foreshadowing. Like, some of these could be like they know what direction they want to take the third one, so they want to like seed some things out. Like, what happened at Hyrule Castle that a laser blast blew up a portion of a mountain? I imagine like the original calamity or something would probably be when that happened. You don't know why you're in prison. It's not prison. You're being detained, I suppose. It's interesting. An atypical request. We are now in Eldin. We're now in the Eldin region, by the way. You're in prison because you didn't pay the bills? Yeah, you could. If you, you could. I'll wait for the timer to run out of ad jail here. But, like, if you pay for a subscription, you don't gotta be stuck in prison at all. But all right, now that we got this underway, we only listened to about 10 minutes of stuff, so maybe we should like kind of let it play out. But we're in the Eldin region now, and this is at the stable in Eldin.
We received a request from Daruk to move this stable, but it's a critical hub, offering refuge to travelers entering Death Mountain. It also houses the many rescue dogs here on standby in case something happens. With all that in mind, I don't see why he'd want to move it. I shall need to ask him for more information.
Interesting. Interesting. Death Mountain initiation, you say? Now playing Tears of the Kingdom? Gotcha.
Just beyond the moor of Death Mountain is a scorching region. The heat from the flow of lava can be intense. So intense, in fact, that it can take one's life should they fail to prepare accordingly.
Yep.
My bodyguards forbade me from going any farther. Yet it is my duty to keep a close watch on the divine beasts we will be fighting alongside. This mission proves to be exceedingly dangerous.
So it was full of lava for the entire 100 years between the past and the present of Breath of the Wild. Then it suddenly like dries up in Tears of the Kingdom. I wonder if they'll make commentary on that at all.
Goron City is watched over by Daruk, chief of the Gorons. Despite coming equipped with fireproof elixir, I didn't quite bring enough of it. I settled on making more myself, but I was having trouble catching fireproof lizards. The Gorons, seeing my struggle, decided to help me, and, well, now I have enough fireproof elixir to last the rest of my life.
That's a cute little story. That's fun. You're playing... You're playing Master Mode of Breath of the Wild right now? The chiefest of Gorons, yes. Business opportunity.
When I dropped an apple here, it wasn't long before it became a baked apple. After that, I tried my hand at grilling some meat and fish in the same way. I found it rather convenient, without need of a pot or a fire. Although one Goron watched me curiously, I imagine it must have been an unusual sight for him. After all, they primarily feast upon rocks.
Interesting how some of these are actually low-key just like tutorial gameplay hints. Some of these are just tutorial gameplay hints. That's funny. Blacksmith on retainer. Did Zelda need orthodontist work done?
This blacksmithing shop doesn't seem to have a name. I get the sense that the blacksmith himself is more concerned with his skills than he is about naming things. Truly, he is a master at his craft. His stature both grand and indomitable. Without so much as a momentary pause while striking the iron, he proudly told me that he was the very one who made Daruk's boulder breaker.
Okay, interesting. The carving of Daruk. Oh yeah, the one in the mountain. Yeah, above the village. Hold on.
Generations of chiefs have been carved into rock. Daruk stands in a prominent position, a clear indication of how highly regarded he is among the Gorons. It's such an incredible carving, but Daruk never mentions it. Perhaps he's a bit embarrassed.
Okay, so that was erected in his lifetime. It wasn't an addition after he died. Interesting. Divine Beast of Flame. A little bit of Rudania.
Camouflaged as rock, Divine Beast Varudania was concealed in Death Mountain. Then the flow of lava shifted, and Rudania appeared. It could be mere coincidence, but no. Perhaps it has awoken on behalf of all of us, sensing the return of the calamity.
Interesting. It's almost as though the world itself wanted them to find the means of stopping Ganon. Interesting.
One might
Goron
find many
snacks.
eggs floating in the water of Goron hot springs. I had the impression that they eat only rocks, but apparently Gorons consider hard-boiled eggs a favored snack. The Gorons appear comfortable soaking in the steaming water, but I suspect a Hylian would end up rather boiled themselves.
That's kind of interesting. So they don't just eat rocks. They can eat other things. They get a little protein from eggs. Interesting. They probably eat it shell on. They probably eat it with the wrapper on. They just like pop the whole thing in their mouth like a squishy rock. That's fun. That's interesting. Goron biology. There's the Goron biology video. I don't have plans for a Goron biology video, but like, interesting. They can eat eggs. Also, we have moved on to Lanayru and the Zora Stone monuments. These are important. These are kind of important. Are there female Gorons? There haven't been in the entire series, and Tears of the Kingdom seems to confirm that Gorons are born from the mountain, from the earth itself, so no need for them. Just kind of a monogendered brother. But Zora Stone monuments.
These stone monuments erected along this path detail the history of the Zora in King Dorephan's words. Thus far, only 3 have been made, but once the rest are completed, travelers will be able to learn even more about the Zora.
Interesting. At her point in time, there were only 3, but I think there's 7 total in this, in Breath. And those stone slabs are the ones that talk specifically at one point about the building of the reservoir, which covered up the entrance to the water temple in Tears of the Kingdom during the time of Accio. The time of Accio. What was it? Ocarina. I don't think they didn't make any. No, they didn't make any reference to that at all. I don't remember any reference to that anyway. That I would have to have a more specific source cited than that. But the Divine Beast of Water. Wait a minute.
Divine Beast Varuta is named after the Zora Sage.
Divine Beast Varuta is named after the Zora Sage. Are we talking about Ruta, the Zora Sage of Water in Rauru's time, in Tears of the Kingdom? Or are we talking about Princess Ruto from Ocarina of Time? That is, like, during an interview stuff is helpful and can be helpful, but it's ultimately extra canonical. It is outside of the canon. If it doesn't conflict with the canon, which it would in this case, but I would have to look that up. But this is huge. Named after the Zora Sage. Pin in that. Are we talking about Ruto, the Zora Sage from Ocarina of Time, or the Zora Sage from the flashbacks of Tears of the Kingdom?
I wonder if it was submerged in water by the King of Hyrule when the reservoir was made.
Right, when the reservoir was made, which was like way before that, because was it the king 10,000 years ago who submerged it in water after the first calamity? So the reservoir lake was built at the time of the Great Calamity. Interesting.
In any case, I have heard that its trunk, capable of releasing vast amounts of water, lowered when Mifa approached. A clear invitation for her, almost as though it was an old friend.
Okay, a couple of neat points there. Apparently, the Reservoir Lake was built at the time of the 10,000 years ago calamity to hide, and that's where Vah Ruta was. Interesting. Also, the Lanayru Promenade.
The land of the Zora, known as Zora's Domain, is home to the champion Mipha and the guardians of the Great Spring. We have a long history of cultural exchange with them, dating...
I wonder if the decision to submerge Vah Ruta might coincide with the massive hole in Mount Hebra. Who knows?
Back even further than 10,000 years ago. We have a
Hold
long
on.
history of culture.
Hold on.
Old friend. The land of the Zora, known as Zora's Domain, is home to the champion Mipha and the guardians of the Great Spring. We have a long history of cultural exchange with them, dating back even further than 10,000 years ago.
Which, you know, would make sense because, like, even further than 10,000 years back is when Rauru was a thing. And it depends on how you interpret whether it's a founding or a refounding. First founding or refounding, it's still very much up in the air. We'll probably need to listen to the Rauru voice lines.
This promenade is a testament to that long-standing relationship between the Zora and Hyrule.
Gotcha. Audience with King Dorephan.
Dorephan rules over the Zora and is father to Mipha. He's known for his incredible strength. In fact, he fights with his fins rather than wielding a weapon. One of the guards here even told me excitedly about an army of monsters who were eradicated with a single blow from the king.
Fights with his fins rather than wielding a weapon. Kind of like Zora Link in Majora's Mask with, like, the boomerang fins. If that's what they're referencing, if that's the kind of thing they're doing, that's neat. 2 Mifas.
This depiction of Mipha is truly exquisite.
She's talking about the statue of Mipha in the center of town. That wasn't built in honor of her sacrifice? That wasn't built after she died? I had assumed that was there after she died, but apparently while she was alive, they thought she was pretty enough to put a statue up.
Though that is hardly surprising. Zora's Domain is home to talented metalworking artisans after all. It is said that this statue is made not only to honor her elevation as a champion, but also to act as a beacon for her safety, in the hopes that she will return home.
Okay, so after she became a champion, they're like, "Oh, you're a big deal, girl. We're gonna put your face in metal and stone."
She was embarrassed by it, however, and has asked King Dorephan to move it somewhere less prominent once she completes her duty.
Retroactively became a memorial. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Then they moved the statue up to the top of the mountain in Tears of the Kingdom.
The stone architecture and metal engravings of the Zora are astonishing. Truly, the village itself is a work of art. The Zora made the buildings, furniture, and even the books out of a water-resistant ore. Technology such as this could be developed only by the Zora.
Okay. Just kind of talking about cool stuff. Seabed Inn.
The beds in the Zora Inn are hard and apparently quite unpopular among travelers. The owner consulted with me about it, saying that since Zora sleep in the water, they aren't sure what makes a bed good or bad.
That's cute.
I offered a suggestion of creating a bed that's akin to floating in water. That may have been too unrealistic.
Isn't there a waterbed in the inn when we get there at our point in the timeline? I think they have a waterbed when you get there in the present. So Zelda invented the waterbed on accident. Took him 100 years, but yeah, he got there. They tore it down and replaced it with Sidon Link. No, they moved Mipha to the Mipha like spot. There's like the place where they honor Mipha, but yeah, it's also got Sidon and Link.
The Zora used Shatterback Point as an area to demonstrate their courage. I understand this was once a crowded and lively place. Many young people came to test their mettle. But ever since Lionel took residence in the mountain, no one dares go near. No one except Sidon, I fear. Mipha expressly told him not to go, but he got a look in his eye when she did.
Should have looked for it when he was playing the game. You have to go to Mipha's like place during the quest to get to the water temple. Kind of want to see what Ocarina of Time that in Majora's Mask Link is up to after that point. We can infer what he gets up to by Twilight Princess. I don't know if we need something like filling that out explicitly. Must have forgotten it. Must have. The horse-rearing village in Lanayru. In the Hold on. Gopanga village. Gopanga village is here. Right? Hold on.
Here in Gopanga village, they're working to make it possible to manage horses with just a few people. This would be achievable by using the small islands scattered about Lanayru wetlands as stables. There's a grassy field at the village's entrance where the horses seem to be living at ease. And the villagers here even told me my white horse is beautiful.
So there were horses there. There were horses there. There were horses there. Hold on. Videos. Zelda Project 3. Where's my Echoes of Wisdom map? Where is my Echoes of Wisdom map? CDE. Here we go. Putting this here. So, there's the Hyrule Ranch. Here's where I suggested the Lanayru wetlands was one of the things I said, hey, maybe this was flooded and became the Lanayru wetlands again after, because we got water here, we got water here. We have Hyrule Ranch here. Okay, interesting. I also, that was one of the things I suggested. It's like this area here could be that like rocky formation area with like islands and stuff. Luke, have you seen my video? No, this is Mount Lanayru. This is Death Mount. This is Mount Eldin Volcano. This is Mount Lanayru. And it's just kind of a weird, distorted view of this chunk of the map. So, that's interesting. Not much to go on. Like, it's a very loose thing. But that's fascinating. Okay. The Stable Association now.
Father decided that the stables would be places of refuge in preparation for the calamity. In his words, there is more to protecting our people than simply fighting. The Stable Association was thus established to further strengthen cooperation, and Mestro, proprietor of Wetland Stable, was appointed as its first chairman.
Mestro. Interesting. I think this is where Zelda team retcon a lot of things that don't make sense. I hope so, JT. I hope this is one of the ways they try and retcon and fix things. That's what I hope this is. If it only makes things more awfully confusing, that would be unpleasant. We're now moving on to the Gerudo region.
Gerudo Canyon provides the only path leading to Gerudo Town. It seems monsters have made the former quarry into their base. And even the Gerudo, who are intimately familiar with the land, stay exclusively on the main road. Urbosa warned me countless times to exercise the utmost caution when traveling through here.
Okay. Mastro from the Stable Trotters? More likely a relative. More likely an ancestor. Perhaps an ancestor. Varnaboris.
Divine beast Varnaboris. 10,000 years ago, the divine beasts were active, and they, along with the ancient relics, were intentionally hidden away. This was because they were feared due to their astonishing power. Having heard a prophecy speak of this place, we deduced that this was the location of divine beast Varnaboris. Coming upon it now is truly breathtaking.
I imagine that's when you get to, that's at Spectacle Rock. You find that, you get this memory at Spectacle Rock. Canyon Stable.
Trade with Gerudo Town is going well. but apparently there is no end to the traveling merchants meeting with disaster in the canyon. Though the Gerudo may be accustomed to the road, it is a difficult one for Hylians. I'll speak with Father about whether we can have a stable built here.
Okay, neat. I wonder if they might have been sealed because one of them went bad and that's why there's a hole in the mountain. They didn't go bad. Likely that may have been a thing during the struggle with Ganon. One of them missed a shot. That would be my guess. One of them probably missed their shots in the struggle with Ganon initially. They only went bad after Ganon corrupted them during the 100 years ago calamity versus the 10,000 years ago calamity where they were successful. Those who reside in the desert, the Gerudo. Okay, what you gotta say about the Gerudo? This could be lore interesting.
Here in Gerudo Desert, the temperatures vary wildly, enough so to be life-threatening. In addition, traveling across the sand by foot is challenging. These conditions certainly explain the strength of body and spirit that the Gerudo possess.
I'm pausing it there. Strength of body and spirit. Fun that you mentioned spirit given Spirit Temple of Ocarina of Time. Just saying. I wonder if he got one back in early struggles when they had to fight each other. Probably not, or else they would have dismantled them. I feel like they would have done something to Ganon-proof them if Ganon had shown that he could possess them before.
Which has me thinking, while Mother was prone to illness, she would often visit here, despite the harsh environment.
Because she's friends with the Queen.
Kara Bazaar serves as a trading post for those who cannot enter Gerudo Town.
This is where men are allowed.
It's a smart thing, since the town only allows women to enter. Urbosa warned me to be on alert for the Yiga clan here, but I cannot imagine they would attack in a place as crowded as this. She worries a bit too much.
There's a memory cutscene that happens. They only allow women to enter. I wonder if they'll go into why. Is there a reason why?
Gerudo Town is ruled over by Urbosa, and is also the largest oasis in the desert. The buildings look as if they were carved out of large boulders. Quite sturdy indeed. When your home is a desert with numerous dangers, having strong walls is a sure way to stay safe.
Okay, yeah, not much interest. Obviously, it's for marital reasons. I wonder, like, if I had to guess, if I had to personally guess at a reason men aren't allowed in Gerudo Town, A, they're mostly women and kind of don't understand men. B, the last man to lead them was Ganondorf. Was the last one to lead them Ganondorf from Tears or Ganondorf from Ocarina? I think it's Tears of the Kingdom was the most recent Ganondorf to be born to them. But either way, the fact that Ganondorf turned bad and was evil was like, nope, we're not letting men rule our town ever again. We're not even letting men into our city. You go out, have a boyfriend or husband, have a child, bring your daughters back here, please. we mess around with men, but we don't let them in our government. I think that might be more what it is.
Chief Urbosa has made the decision to offer the Gerudo support in subduing the calamity. She and I have been close friends for a long time now, but the conversation leading to this decision was the first time we spoke as formal representatives of our people. She is as transparent as always in her motivations, to protect those she cares for. And this is also why she is so trustworthy.
Sand seals.
The sand seals, which I understand to have evolved from an aquatic creature of some kind.
Interesting. That we know for a fact that there used to be an ancient ocean over the Gerudo Desert, so having water seals evolve into sand seals that makes sense.
Reside only in Gerudo and move through the desert as if swimming. The Gerudo use them as a means of transportation. However, they are quite difficult to handle. Without Urbosa's training, I might never have been able to maneuver one.
Urbosa was friends with the Queen, right? Yes, you are remembering correctly, if I'm remembering correctly. Evolution? Scandalous. I mean, yeah. It's not the first instance of evolution in the Zelda series. Adorned with gems. Jewelry work,
Among other things, the Gerudo are known for their craft in jewelry. They consider the gems used in their jewelry as talismans, absorbing both sunlight and moonlight, which cleanses evil. As such, they wear the jewelry as much as possible. Even Urbosa's shield and knife have been crafted by a jeweler rather than a blacksmith.
That is interesting, especially since the gems do have magic properties in these games. Zelda and Urbosa? Yeah, she's like a second mother to her. And I imagine her mother viewed her as a sister. That makes sense. Not quite yet!
The Noble Canteen's famous cocktail is known as the Noble Pursuit. Gerudo preparing to seek the vow of their dreams. Drink it for good luck. I wanted to partake in one, but was told that I'm not ready for it yet.
Girl, you're 17. You're not 21. They drink it for good luck or for liquid courage to go talk to a man for the first time in their lives. That's funny. Guru, all that remains of warrior's dreams.
Quarry and numerous ruins scattered about Gerudo Highlands. It appears.
Hold on. Why not both? I mean, definitely both. I just think the characterization of for good luck. Yeah, for good luck. I think it's to steal your nerves, girl.
The North Gerudo ruins are the largest in all of the desert. Based on the sizable quarry and numerous ruins scattered about Gerudo Highlands, it appears that Gerudo Town was once quite large. I've heard that this area of the town was destroyed by a rampaging Molduga employed by a tyrant, but it is merely a theory.
A game theory! So that would be, actually, I'm gonna... So that would be, this one here. This here was a former tyrant with a Molduga. Do you think that was Ganon? I bet that was Ganon. I bet that was Ganondorf in, perhaps even in Tears of the Kingdom. Assuming there isn't the entire history of Hyrule between the two. I'm going to pull up that picture of Zelda again. Just kind of like... I'll only pull up the map when it becomes relevant. Had control over Moldugas. Yeah, exactly. So a tyrant controlling a Molduga? Or at the very least, Kotake and Koume had control over that Molduga with their like whole ocarina song they played. Well, not ocarina. It was like a thing of some kind. Ganondorf done did a bad, indeedy dude. All right.
There have been accounts of dragon sightings since ancient times. I have been traveling to places related to these accounts in hopes of receiving the dragon's blessings, but so far I've had no luck. It seems many of the rumors are little more than folklore. As such, I thought that people were likely mistaken about seeing a dragon here in Gerudo Highlands. But the way the snow has been disturbed, it does appear as though a sizable creature moved through it. Perhaps this is the dragon's path.
Interesting. A dragon in... Doesn't Zelda's path in Tears of the Kingdom... Doesn't the Light Dragon's path circle over the Gerudo area? Doesn't Zelda's doesn't the Light Dragon's path go over? I believe it does. That's funny if they put that in retroactively. It's like, oh yeah, a dragon would pass over this and create a thing. Oh, I wonder. Interesting. Central Hyrule, an in-between place.
Urbosa has requested the construction of a new stable. The Gerudo often leave the city to travel when they come of age, so she asked for the stable to be set up near the entrance to Gerudo Canyon so they can prepare for their journey. This seems like just the right location for such a place. Normally, a stable is named after the area it's built upon, but this one sits upon a boundary. I wonder what it will be called.
What was that stable called? What was that stable called? I forget. Central Hyrule. home of white horses.
The area around Sanadin Park is a vast grassland, making it Hyrule's finest habitat for horses. The white horses of the royal family have been bred for generations, but I heard that the very first generation was born
Canyon
here.
Stable?
Apparently, there are still white horses around this area.
No, I think she's talking about the one, like, on those rocky islands on the way in. There's the Gerudo Canyon Stable. It's, like, right as the desert emerges. But there's one, like, at the beginning of that trail, too, in the field. Satori Mountain's cherry blossoms. Ooh, Mount Satori's interesting.
There are only 2 cherry blossom trees in Hyrule. They have been referred to as the Father Tree and Mother Tree. I imagine this is because the cherry blossom trees are sometimes worshipped for their supposed ability to purge evil spirits. Satori, who is said to live on this mountain, may be a protector of Mother Tree, sent by Father Tree.
Where's the... Hold on, cherry blossoms. Father Tree. What? Doesn't the Deku Tree have cherry blossoms? Yeah, the cherry tree on Satori Mountain, exactly. Am I misremembering this, or was it the? Yes, Satori said to live on this mountain. Yes, the Great Deku Tree in this one is a cherry blossom tree. Fascinating. So he would be Father Tree. Satori Mountain is Mother Tree, and the Satori spirit is protector of Mother Tree. That is fascinating. Also, where exactly is Mother Tree if it's related to the Deku Tree? If Mama Tree is related to the Deku Tree, Mount Satori is here. It's that Satori is that one like quadrupedal spirit that looks like a big bloopy, who is so interesting. Father Tree, Mother Tree. And if it's related to the Deku Tree, I don't think it's related to any previous Deku Tree locations I'm aware of. Unless, like, this could be where the Deku Tree was when this was the Lost Woods. Thought it was a person? No. This... Here, let me pull it up. Satori... Copy and paste. This guy. Remember that guy? Yeah, remember that guy? All I would figure is it's referring to the cherry tree on top of Satori Mountain or one of the huge stumps where the Deku Tree used to be. Sure. Never seen him before? He is kind of a rare occurrence on Mount Satori. Let me pull this. But yeah, that's the guy. And he is some kind of like nature spirit thing. So it would make sense for him to be an emissary of the Deku Tree. Interesting. Oh, come here. There we go. Let's put you back on screen. So, the legend theory that Satori is related to the Deku Tree. That is fascinating.
This is the center of Castle Town, otherwise known as Central Square.
Yes.
The fountain area is crowded with people and vendors. It's always so lively. The mood and sense here sometimes cause a wave of nostalgia in me, reminding me of the flower crown Mother bought me here when I was little.
Oh, cute. I'm still like, the fact that the cherry tree on Satori could be related to the Deku tree and Satori himself. Still think that's pretty neat. Mother's Prayer. Hyrule Cathedral in Central Hyrule. Bye, you, Thanos. Thank you for being here.
Hyrule Cathedral. When I was small, I used to imitate how Mother prayed when she came here. I should have watched her more closely. Or, no. Perhaps instead, I must find my own prayer.
Hyrule Cathedral is a ruins in the field. Interesting. Different from the Temple of Time, obviously. The Insurmountable Obstacle. This is by that central, like, platform with where the ceremony happened.
This is a sacred place. Once, Daruk suggested I recreate a ceremony believed to have been held here in the past. The knighting ceremony for the one wielding the sword that seals the darkness. It did not go well. Urbosa tells me I should look the knight in the eye, rather than looking at the sword. But whenever I try, I simply can't.
She can't look Linky in the eye. Oh no, she likes Daruk's idea apparently. Royal Forest.
It is said that Hyrule Forest Park began with a single tree planted by the first king and queen of Hyrule.
Okay, that's interesting. Always looking out for his little buddy? Yeah, exactly.
Since then, a tree has been planted each time the throne has succeeded, and now they make up this thriving woodland.
Okay, hold on. That's interesting. So, Zelda, move down, please. Like, obviously, forests perpetuate. But I think she's talking about, what, this one? This forest, maybe? I would need to look more closely. But if you could count all the trees in the area she's talking about, you could estimate, with a rounding error of, like, you know, trees naturally being planted, you could estimate how many generations between Zelda and Rauru. Interesting.
Though it is small, this settlement is the oldest in the land, named after the founding king of Hyrule.
Rauru settlement in the Great Hyrule Forest. Oldest settlement in the land. Okay. Named after... Huh.
There are various theories regarding the specificity of that name. Some believe that it was the king's residence, others that it was a village of his most ardent supporters, and yet others claim it was the birthplace of the Hylian queen. Ultimately, I'm not sure even the villagers themselves know the true origins of the name.
Okay, interesting. Bring him the thing back. We're talking about a Rauru village here? I believe it's up here. That's where Rauru village is. Probably Sonia's hometown. Probably. Oldest settlement. Interesting. Again, is it... Is it the first founding or the refounding? That's like the big thing. Like I need more information about whether it's the first founding or the refounding, you know? Like I've been on the refounding bandwagon since the game came out. But there's still an ardent amount of like first founding fans.
The proprietor of Woodland Stable was deeply moved by how beautifully ornamented Mother's horse was, and is now studying techniques for adorning them himself. He even braided my horse's mane to match my own braids.
Lovely.
Mother's care for horses lives on in this way. It fills me with joy to see it.
Okay, that's cute. The Great Hyrule Forest.
Great Hyrule Forest is a sacred place where spirits reside. Only by following the wind's guidance can a traveler make their way through. The guidance is only offered up to a chosen few by the spirits themselves. Those who do not receive this blessing of wind will quickly find that they are right back where they started. It's easy to see how this grove came to be called the Lost Woods.
Okay. Neat. Spirits who and worthiness. Yep. The knight who wields the fated sword. Some Link info in the Great Central Hyrule Forest. What's Link's champion ability? Being cool. Being able to wield the sword that seals the darkness, actually. I think that's pretty much what it is. His champion ability is wielding that sword.
When I heard Father announce that the knight chosen by the sword that seals the darkness was Link, I felt anything but calm inside. Whenever I hear that name, an anxiousness sets in. Even more challenging are my feelings of envy toward him. I wonder if there will ever be a day when I can look him in the eyes.
You will. Don't you worry. The Deku Tree. Is this the father tree? Are you gonna...
The great Deku Tree watches over the sword that seals the darkness. I also view this tree as a mentor, in a sense. When the knight was chosen to wield the darkness-sealing sword, I felt nearly overcome by my feelings. But the great Deku Tree offered me words of wisdom in that moment, encouraging me not to give up, and that I had my own path to follow. Those words provide comfort to me still.
Deku Tree's cool. He's a cool dad tree. Central Hyrule Ancient Tree Stump. One of the huge tree stumps. Interesting. Okay. These could be interesting.
In Hyrule, there are a number of large decaying trees that are likely over 1,000 years old, not unlike this tree stump. There is a legend about this tree in particular that says it was inhabited by a dignitary spirit. I, too, sense something important from this tree. An archaeological survey will soon take place here, so I cannot wait to hear about their findings.
A dignitary spirit in a tree trunk. Like, aside from the Deku Tree, are there any, like, spirits who lived in tree trunks? In the Zelda series? Interesting. Okay, Great Plateau. We're in the Great Plateau, Hyrule's origin point. We just chilling, or are we bung chilling? We're chilling. The Minish, maybe? I don't know. What about the creatures from Majora's Mask? Well, what about the creatures from Majora's Mask? Bing chillin'. Okay, we're gonna listen to Zelda talk about the Great Plateau.
Hyrule Castle was here on the Great Plateau in ancient times, and is still under the protection of the kingdom. Father has decreed that the people are free to worship at the Temple of Time. Barring that, however, only the royal family may enter here. I imagine that is because the royal family still has many connections to this area.
That makes sense. We're still in, I think this is the Temple of Time. Duty of a Princess, this one's called.
Royal princesses have a sacred power which is claimed to have been passed down generation after generation. In fact, the lineage traces all the way back to the first queen, when Hyrule was founded. The ritual at the Temple of Time falls upon the princess to carry out. But do my prayers even reach the goddess when my powers have yet to awaken?
They do. Obviously, this is referring specifically to Queen Sonia. But again, first founding or refounding. Hestu's a cool little guy. JT. Ooh, taboo relics. Is this the Shrine of Resurrection?
Many ancient relics of the Sheikah were considered dangerous and were therefore entombed in darkness by the King of Hyrule long ago. In particular, the Shrine of Resurrection was considered especially dangerous, as it controls people's fates. It was kept under close watch by the royal family. Now that recent investigations into the divine beasts have revealed that this shrine was built in preparation against the calamity, however, we should move forward with its study.
Interesting. Isn't the first... How was Zelda before or after that? I have been running with the Sonia and Rauru refounded Hyrule after the end of one of the timelines. There are people who are adamant that Sonia was the first queen after Skyward Sword happened. And I think that makes things far too confusing and messy and it's just a friggin' clustered mess in that part of the timeline if that happens. But I want more information from that's why we're listening to these today. So we can talk about what do they clarify, what do they confuse.
Past this gate is a snowy landscape,
Mount,
cold enough for one to freeze there. The area is a place
Mount
where heroes
Hylia.
can test their skills, but the landscape is clearly not a natural phenomenon. Perhaps some ancient technology we have yet to learn about is being used here.
Maybe, or maybe it's because the Great Plateau is formed by tearing, the Great Sky Island from the Earth.
From here, you can see the Great Plateau, or rather, Hyrule itself. At the castle, we are king and princess, but while here, we were father and daughter. It was in this place that I learned about everything from paragliders to cooking. I still remember the feeling of the warm doublet father wrapped around my shoulders.
Interesting. That's fun. The hut on the Great Plateau.
There are many gaps in this mountain hut, and even the rope holding the logs together seems dubious. It is far too shabby for a hunter's cabin. I didn't enter. The hut seemed it may collapse at any moment, so I was unable to identify the owner. It should probably be dismantled before someone gets hurt.
That's the one where the Ghost King left the warm doublet, though. Interesting. Where spirits
Here on
reside.
the plateau, the Forest of Spirits is the only area dense enough to be called a forest. Back
Oh.
before the founding of Hyrule, however, the entire plateau was apparently covered with trees. Where the spirits plant roots, trees flourish, and forests are formed. In ancient times, this may have been a village of spirits.
Okay. That's interesting. So there's only talking back about dense carpentry. So the Great Plateau, once covered in a forest, perhaps a village of spirits. Now, before Hyrule's founding, before Rauru and Sonia founded Hyrule, this was covered in forest. I point to this area in my timeline theory as being the Ocarina Temple of Time also, by coincidence, and also where the Sacred Grove from Twilight Princess is, consequently. The Sacred Grove in Twilight Princess is a forest. So if it's a refounding, this line here about covered with trees before the founding of Hyrule, that would follow. That would follow because the Great Plateau would have been covered in trees because it was the Sacred Grove, Lost Woods from Twilight Princess. Just interesting. Interesting. So, yeah. That's interesting. I'll be coming back to this one.
When I first saw a hot-footed frog at Hopper Pond, I couldn't take my eyes off of it. I came here every day to observe it. Mother's face grew stiff when I showed her the frog, though she never expressed outward disdain for them. She probably didn't want to speak poorly of something I liked.
She's like, oh no, I raised a tomboy! Oh no, she's a nerd! Alright, back in Central Hyrule Outpost. Hooray validation. Potentially validation. Potentially validation.
This is Hyrule's largest outpost, but it had humble beginnings as an encampment for travelers on a spiritual journey. Recently, a garrison was completed nearby, so the outpost now seems to serve as a place for soldiers to rest after long days. Its watchtower apparently a gift from them.
Nice.
In addition to protecting the castle, it has become necessary to deploy our soldiers all across Hyrule. Outpost ruins are being temporarily used as military bases. The fountain at the center of Hyrule Garrison looks quite out of place, but it serves as an area of respite for the soldiers.
So, like, these are the encampments around the Great Plateau. That makes sense. Mabe Village. Interesting. On a spiritual journey, you say? I mean, you can go on a spiritual journey anywhere.
Mabe Village boasts the largest farm in all of Hyrule, with more animals than villagers. From making hay to processing milk, it's clear when something has come from Mabe Village, and the villagers take pride in that fact.
This is the, in reference to the ranch ruins that people in the comments of my first map theory video tried to convince me is the same as the Ocarina of Time Lon Lon Ranch, which, yeah, the layout's the same as a cute reference, but there is literally no way that can be the exact same ranch. So the Temple of Time or somewhere else, maybe the Mount Hylia. An impregnable citadel. Akala Citadel. Okay, this could be interesting.
The captain of Akala's citadel was quite
Akala.
proud to tell
Okay,
me how its defenses are even more fortified now, with the brand new cannons installed. He also detailed how the bridge at the entrance is a simple structure which can be quickly removed in case of enemy advancement. It's clear why the citadel is considered impregnable.
Okay. Yeah, the Citadel's a really cool one. I always do love that moment when you video because your whole angry rage. Well, cool. I'm glad you found that entertaining because that was part of why I exaggerated my rage at those comments. Village lost to the mud.
There are ruins scattered across Tauren wetland. It would appear this place was once a settlement. I imagine the village may have been abandoned due to the inhospitable nature of the wetlands here. The soil is so damp that it would prove challenging to build on.
Gotcha, in Akala. Sheep stable.
At Pura's urging, South Akala stable was built. It seems she gave the stable owners many sheep to celebrate the opening, so now the grounds are filled with them. There are more sheep than there are horses here. I have to wonder, why sheep?
That's a good question. I don't know. Because they wanted something different to set Akala apart. Although, I've heard other people in-game call it Akala the other way. I think Zelda's the only one who says it like that. I see. In Elden. Oh, there's the ruins. Hold on. The Shadow Hamlet in Elden region. This is Elden Part 2, it seems.
The Shadow Hamlet is a secluded village where people prefer to live somewhat disconnected from the rest of society. Many in Hyrule do not even know this place exists. I at least knew the name, but I had no idea it would be like this. I came to warn the people here about the calamity, but they turned me away.
So there's a reclusive hidden village in Elden, you say? Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Reclusive hidden village in Elden. I think I remember seeing it. I've heard people in-game call it, yeah. I believe it's like in here somewhere. Like maybe here. Where was it? Was it in Deep Akala maybe? Was it up here? I don't know. Regardless, that's an interesting little note. Let's continue so we can get through all of them.
This is the spring where Din, goddess of power, is worshipped. Once she was one of the three goddesses, alongside courage and wisdom, but it is said that faith in her dimmed due to power being seen as a symbol of the Demon King.
That's sad.
Terrain around the spring is complex and covered with roughly chopped trees, suggesting this place was once used as a training site of some kind.
Okay. Could it be the other That's something I'm implying. Interesting. Din being seen as like the dark goddess. It's like, oh, let's not honor her because of Ganon. Interesting. The springs will be interesting too.
The buds are swelling and
flowers
look as if
beneath
they
Skull
might bloom
Lake.
at any moment. These flowers submerged beneath the surface of the water have been considered prophetic since ancient times. Their blooming is said to herald natural disasters. Perhaps they sense the evil spirit of the calamity.
In Skull Lake, you say? Interesting. Akala Lighthouse.
It's called a lighthouse, but my understanding is that it was built as more of a watchtower. But to watch over what, I wonder? Beyond here lies Lomé Labyrinth Island, home to ancient ruins shrouded by mystery. Even approaching the ruins proves challenging. Some scholars posit that evil spirits are trapped there. Perhaps this lighthouse served to watch over the island? I'm probably overthinking it.
Girl, you're not alone in overthinking things like this. But the labyrinth was made to house... The labyrinths are weird to me because they have the pieces of Phantom Ganon's armor in Tears of the Kingdom as though they were made to, like, seal them away, which is interesting. You know what's very, very interesting about this? Metal pipe. Right? Metal pipe. We're going to get as much of this done as we can.
A goddess statue stands alone in the center of a large basin here. The ground is loose with water saturation. The surrounding area probably collapsed, leaving this space behind. Perhaps the goddess statue was enshrined here as a means of preventing further damage. Although, I wonder, is this place instead protected because of the goddess statue's presence?
This would have been a middle pipe, except I called it. The Den of Madness.
I have heard that the giant fossil in Bottomless Swamp was once worshipped by cultists who considered it the Demon King from ancient times.
Where? This is in Central Hyrule. This is like that place full of skulls in the swamp in Central Hyrule.
It is said that their blasphemous words against the goddess summoned evil spirits, turning the water impure and changing the very shapes of the rocks to ominous forms. Now it serves as a den for monsters, so setting foot inside is not possible.
Interesting. Anyways, metal pipe. Highland Stable, yes, in Farron.
Highland Stable. This area of vast green lands is home to people skilled in horse handling. Here, horseback archery is a popular pastime.
Thank you.
Even Link has admiration for these people's talent in horsemanship.
The Highland Stable is the one that's right near the horse god, right? Which is about where Ordon Village would be if you overlaid the Twilight Princess map over it, but
There was a time when boars were worshipped as symbols of power. However, I remember reading in literature that the Demon King took the form of a boar, and that, upon learning this, people came to regard them as evil. I checked around this entire area, and all the stone boar statues show considerable damage.
Okay. Interesting. Reading literature that the Demon King took the form of a boar. That is true in the Calamity Ganon at the end of this game. That is true in Ocarina of Time Ganon, Downfall Timeline Ganon, and such. But the Tears of the Kingdom Ganon became a dragon, not a boar. Right? Not in Tears, though, interestingly. Yes. This, I think, puts a point in the original founding camp. Because, unless it's like ancient legends, right, before the founding, this puts a point in the initial founding camp. Because that would mean other Ganons who turns into boars are more recent than Dragon Ganon. Interesting. We're gonna listen to one more before the ad break.
Countless times since
Spring
I
of
was
Courage.
young to receive the protection of Furore, goddess of courage.
Uh-huh.
Despite that, my sealing power has yet to be awakened. But soon I will turn 17. I'm certain that if I train on Mount Lanayru, that will change things.
Okay, so nothing really here. We got about 10 seconds before the next ad break. We've been here. Has it really been 2 hours? Yeah, it's been 2 hours and we haven't gotten through the first set of Zelda things. That these bring the three golden goddesses back into the lore by name. Yeah, that does. Dinfor and Nehru were absent from Breath of the Wild before these. They were, like, you had the names Dinral, Nadra, and Farosh as the dragons. But, like, yeah, this names them explicitly. Which, of course, if anybody still remembered those old legends, it would be the royal family of Hyrule. But I think we should probably do the rest of this fairly quickly, with minimal discussion, after, of course, this ad break happens. Because I want to get through all of this today. I don't want to miss, like, an opportunity for anything. Like, obviously, I'll listen to these back in my own time. But for now, I would like to, like, listen to all of them and have a kind of complete thing to talk about. So yeah, the forest thing is a tentative, like, ooh, I could interpret this as a point from my thing. But the boar thing is like, yeah, that feels like an initial founding point, you know? But then the Zonai... Okay, hold on. The Zonai built the labyrinths, and those contain Ocarina of Time Ganon. Ocarina of Time Phantom Ganon armor. Which is... It feels more canonical than, say, just Bigoron sword in the ground. Or, like, Wind Waker hat in the ground. Because, yeah, those were built by the Zonai, allegedly to contain evil. And the one was, like, the Lord of Boars, one of them was the Lord of Owls, and the other was the Lord of Dragons. Which is power, wisdom, and courage. But, But, yeah. So, if the Zonai built those labyrinths, and those were built to, like, contain a part of the Phantom Ganon armor, that would mean that design of Phantom Ganon had to exist before the Zonai built their stuff underground, which is refounding fuel. That's refounding evidence, if you ask me. Unless the Zonai went up, then went down, then went up, then went down, which doesn't seem to be the thing. So interesting. I'll actually use this opportunity while we're still in ad break to download images of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom images. Okay, let's get Koga, TotK. Where's a good image of you? Boom, and then we'll get TotK. And we'll get this image here. Okay, ad break over. Ads are done. Thank you. Welcome back, Luke. Now let's talk about the Theron rumored beasts.
Here at Lakeside Stable, the jungle is dense, and much of the land remains undeveloped. I'm confident that there are many new discoveries to be made in such a place. There are even rumors of an unidentified creature of some sort. But I hear the harsh weather conditions are such a deterrent that even researchers keen to learn more hesitate to travel here.
Those would be the gem beasts in Tears of the Kingdom, right? I will continue to note tidbits I catch, but we don't need to discuss... Yeah, exactly. Necluda Hospitality. We're talking about Lurien Village.
The cove here in Lurelin Village is so lively with its many boats. Even before anyone recognized who I was treated with hospitality and warmth. The villagers served me a dish with an exquisite, vibrantly colored fish. You cannot find such a fish anywhere around the castle. Everyone here is so cheerful and kind. Spending time among them, I was able to forget the current hardships, even if momentarily.
So Lurelin Village is a chill place. Quality shipwrights.
I'm told the houses of Lurelin Village were built by shipwrights, so they're as sturdy as ships. Perhaps that is a tradition among fishing villages. The head of the village told me, however, that there are fewer and fewer shipwrights these days, and it may be challenging to rebuild if the existing homes were destroyed.
Well, we get to help rebuild in Tears as like an ongoing quest. Guardian of Fishing.
Ah, the goddess statue of Lurelin Village. Here she is worshipped as the guardian of fishing. She has been enshrined in this location to keep watch over the docks. The villagers provide offerings of their catches each day. I noted a rather large pile of fresh fish and crabs placed at her feet.
Okay, fun, local tradition. Treasure games, a money-making game.
Occasionally, while out fishing, the fishers will find treasure chests that have sunk into the ocean floor. They enjoy playing a game wherein they attempt to guess the chest's contents. Everyone who plays takes the game quite seriously, as the rules include that guessing correctly means that person keeps whatever is inside the chest.
Okay, that's cute. That's neat. Demon King's Claw. This is that, like, sickle-shaped part of the world in... That's the sickle-shaped part of the coast. Here, I'll pull it up on the map here. Yeah. This sickle-shaped part of the map right there. So let's see what she has to say about it.
Cape Cressia is commonly referred to as Demon King's Claw, but nobody seems to know the origin of that name. Areas where evil spirits gather occasionally experience unique topographical shifts. I find myself wondering if this is such a place.
Areas where evil spirits gather occasionally experience unique topographical shifts. That's interesting, Zelda geography lore. Interesting geography lore.
I convinced a fisher from Lurelin village to take me to Eventide Island by boat. I've heard this island served as a final training ground for monks. I wonder what kind of rigorous trial awaited them here. Now, however, the island is overrun by monsters. I had no choice but to abandon going ashore.
Interesting. Monk training grounds. That's what Eventide Island is. The Mountain of Prayers. Tuft Mountain.
Tuft Mountain is a destination for many mountaineers. It's also known as the Matchmaking Mountain.
Right, because it's got the heart on it.
To climb in total silence.
What's your news, Face Melter? Better not be Metal Pipe.
And upon reaching the top, pray as the sun dips below the horizon. I set out to climb the mountain myself, but I was stopped by Link, who observed how very steep it is. Personally, I feel he was being
Thanks for the news,
cautious.
Face Melter. Village in the lake.
Dea Lake is artificially created.
Okay, hold on. What? Dea Lake is artificially created. Which one's Dea Lake? Which one's Dea Lake? This is where? In the Necluda region. So, you tell me the Necluda region is where I put the thing. So, was this Dea Lake? Or was... Yeah, I think this was Dea Lake. The oh, this one here? Or was it this one? Regardless, there's an artificial lake here that wouldn't have been here before. The one south of Kakariko or the one at the promenade? I don't think it's the promenade, right? Oh, yeah. Right. Okay, yeah, no, it's not that one. It's this one. It's that one. Interesting. Okay. Dea Lake is an artificial lake.
It is said that long, long ago there was a great drought that threatened to dry up Lake Hylia. So Dea Lake was created as a reservoir, just in case. The name Dea stems from the name of the village that the lake has flooded.
Yeah, the Dea village.
Once upon a time, Dueling Peaks was one mountain.
Dueling Peaks.
There are a few prevailing theories about its unusual split. Some posit the split was a path carved by a dragon, while others say it was caused by a great tremor beneath the surface. Personally, I believe it to be a scar on the mountain caused by the battle against the calamity 10,000 years ago. Of course, there is no way to confirm my theory at this point.
So I knew about the dragon. Tremor? Okay. And we've got three possible solutions. Zelda's theory is that it's a scar from the 10,000 years ago calamity, the first major calamity. Interesting. That might be pointing somewhere. Fort Hateno here.
Though it is a fort by name, Fort Hateno was originally a checkpoint for travelers. It's clear it hasn't been in use for some time. I can see areas where the structural integrity is in question. If we repair it now, while we are able, it may serve as an outpost for soldiers. It seems a useful repurposing as the calamity approaches.
Right, just... oh, well, we're going to set up for the calamity. Oh, here's Hateno Village.
Peace reigns supreme in Hateno Village.
Okay.
It's easy to see why, with all the farmland. Yet, they have little sense of the impending crisis of the calamity. Perhaps the best measure is to increase the number of soldiers at Fort Hateno. Or perhaps not. No. Instead, I should begin by speaking with the mayor about putting guards at the village entrance.
Okay, just like little things about Hateno Village. East Wind. Oh, the clothing boutique.
There is a sign out front that reads Ventest Clothing Boutique, though this is partially covering the sign's original wording, East Wind. Inside the shop, traditional Hyrulean clothing and colorful Hateno-dyed modern clothing is lined up as if in competition with the other. Apparently, the current owner and their predecessor are at odds about differences in the shop's direction. I was pressed about which clothing was better, and promptly fled.
Okay. Clearly, by the time we get to Breath and Tears specifically, it's all about the fresh new stuff.
The Kochi dye shop is considered without peer all across Hyrule.
Yep.
The owner, too, is without peer. I brought 5 garments here to have them dyed using the shop's special technique, and a unique royal blue color was achieved by taking extracts from a silent princess. I wonder if everyone will appreciate them.
Oh, that's a cute detail. This is where she dyed the champion's garbs. That's fun.
The founder
Hateno
of Hateno Pasture let me try a sample of food that was processed using milk. The subtle texture and mild flavor was so enjoyable that I couldn't stop myself from eating quite a bit of it. I asked to see the recipe, but unfortunately the handwriting was scrawled in such a way that I couldn't make out a single word.
This is a reference to the Hateno cheese, whose recipe is hidden. They're doing a lot of Tears foreshadowing in these Breath memories, which is interesting.
The mayor lamented struggling to find a buyer for this vacant home due to the distance from the village center. I do recall Pura wanting a place where she could devote herself to research without any prying eyes.
Yeah, the Pura laboratory she's talking about. Hateno Beach.
The view from here is, as ever, unchanging. This place is one of the few I know that remains constant. Am I weak for feeling relief at that?
No, you're not, girl. Oh, the Broken Heart Pond!
I've heard stories that if you want to cut ties with someone or something, chanting their name while crossing through the middle of the pond will do precisely that.
The Broken Heart Pond.
The pond's shape resembles a heart, and I wonder if the path in the center was created as more and more people walked it, compacting the soil. I hope that malice never forms here.
Uh-huh. Anathema of the Village. Oh, the horned statue!
The horned statue. People have long detested it, obscuring its name to history. No one remembers its origin.
Uh-huh.
Its face has a sad expression, almost as if it's saying it doesn't belong here.
Interesting. That is a very mysterious statue that I've seen other people try to explain.
For generations, the Sheikah have lived in Kakariko Village.
Yep, Kakariko.
The town has been their refuge ever since they were banished from Hyrule.
Oops, sorry about that.
Their advanced technology was viewed as a threat.
Sorry about that.
The village itself is nestled in the mountains as an intentional hiding place.
I wonder who moved it to below Lookout Landing. I wonder how it moved there too.
I imagine it feels as a haven to them.
So the Sheikah were like basically outcasts for having technology, and so now they live in peace because of the 10,000 years ago calamity. This is not new information.
Impa will be the next elder.
I
am thrilled to see her take up the mantle. At present, she is the royal advisor, however, and is responsible for the internal investigation of the divine beasts.
Yep.
As such, she implored the current elder to wait until her work with the investigation is complete, after which she will officially step into her new role.
Fun, a little bit of a Impa thing. Carp under the falls.
The researchers here are hard at work raising ornamental carp. They were inspired when they saw a beautiful fish called the mighty porgy that lives in the sea to the south. They tell me they're breeding rare carp that were born with mutations.
Okay, so interesting, like, variation of the the fish. Frog statues.
This frog statue is the guardian of travelers, though I don't believe anyone knows why it's a frog specifically. It is fascinating that a group as technologically advanced as the Sheikah would still believe in such symbols of good fortune. Maybe it somehow relates to when the Sheikah splintered after a disagreement regarding the royal family. A symbol of hope to one day reunite, perhaps?
Maybe. I don't know what the frog symbolism is. A special plum tree in Kakariko.
The people of Kakariko village cherish plum trees as a symbol of Sheikah history.
Interesting.
Rejoicing that a dear friend had been blessed with a baby, Impa planted one such tree and ended up covered in mud in the process.
A dear friend had been blessed with a baby. Interesting.
It was her wish that her friend's child would end up healthy and happy.
Interesting. Great Fairy Kotera. Oh.
Kotera is worshipped as the goddess of the land, and the villagers' offerings to her tend to be vegetables rather than rupees. It sounds like she's been less lively due to a decrease in rupee donations lately. Self-sufficiency is taking root in Kakariko village, so perhaps fewer people see the value in rupees.
Interesting. Rupees are magic. I wonder if that's Katla or the other one. This is 100 years ago, Luke. This would be a person born 100 years prior. When the time comes. Then their mother, perhaps. Or grandma.
Lake is used for cleansing prior to visiting Mount Lanayru for worship.
Ah, yes. We're up.
It is a
I headed
very
up to
sacred
Lanayru.
place, so there are detailed steps which must be followed here. I cannot visit yet because I'm not old enough according to custom. That said, I have practiced the steps many times in preparation for when that time comes. I'm sure I will manage just fine, but perhaps I will practice just once more.
Okay, the Spring of Wisdom. Here's a big one.
This is the spring where Nehru, goddess of wisdom, is worshipped. Those younger than 17 lack wisdom and are forbidden from entering the mountain. Today, all I can do is look up at it, but tomorrow, I climb Mount Lanayru. If my sealing power doesn't awaken... No, it will. I'm certain it will be fine.
It also... Okay. Well, there you go. That's all the Zelda memories in Breath of the Wild. That's all the Breath of the Wild Zelda voice memories. Interesting stuff. Nothing huge or like earth-shattering here. But a couple little neat things. A couple of neat little things. Let me just make sure that this is set to the Tears of the Kingdom one. Now we're moving on to Zelda from TotK. Can you hear this? Once again, this is a video by Zelda Universe.
Is the product of Sheikah wisdom and Goron engineering. Father always said it would never fall, and he was technically correct. It is the only part of the castle that remains unblemished.
Okay, she's talking. The Rauru ones for sure have more lore, but I don't care. That's fair. I want to do Koga ones before the Rauru ones in case we run out of time. We are going to go through the Zelda ones here as fast as possible. Koga is relatively short. Is like half the length of this. And then Raurus are very short. So we can speed run this before we have to end stream. You did hear her talk about how sturdy the gates were, yes? Which Goron Engineering, probably why they're big steel gates. But I just want to confirm. Good. All right, we'll continue then when she talks about the royal family dining table. Let's roll. First up, we're at Hyrule Castle
dining
again.
Hall. Father was partial to the seat in front of the fireplace, and Link preferred to stand watch near the entrance while I ate.
Like you said in the first one.
I laugh when I remember the look of surprise on Link's face as I returned for my second and then third helping of fruitcake.
I thought he was the glutton of us. Okay, so these are definitely recorded by Zelda. These ones here are recorded by Zelda during the Hyrule restoration between Breath and Tears. For sure.
I loved gazing out at the castle town here in the observation room. The view is completely different now, but I will see to its restoration.
Yeah, this is recorded by Zelda, probably on the Purapad, between the end of Breath of the Wild during the restoration in Tears of the Kingdom.
The first gatehouse is the outermost point of entry to Hyrule Castle. While the ramparts themselves are crumbling in many places, the towers appear to have endured. This seems like an excellent place to store the materials we will need as we work to restore the castle. The guard's chamber.
Okay.
When he was not occupied by his duties as my protector, Link would often come here to train alongside the regular soldiers. They once let me join in, but the arrow I loosed went off target. It also caught the flame of a torch, and everyone frantically raced to put out the resulting fire.
Tutorial: you can light arrows on fire. Great bandit.
As far as I am aware, there were never criminals foul enough to warrant imprisonment here.
We're talking once again about the prisoner to the castle.
And while I do recall a bandit named Misko being captured long, long ago, it seems in recent times they have risen to greater fame for their keen sense of fashion.
This is cluing us into Misko and like all the ancient costumes that Misko allegedly stole and hid. Busy days gone by.
Ships would come and go all day here at the docks.
The docks under the castle,
It truly was the most lively part of the castle, and it always felt thus, thanks to the numerous merchants. It feels lonely now, abandoned as it is, a feeling magnified as I reflect on what it once was.
Yeah.
The castle's
King's
library,
Secret.
now
yes.
covered in dust. At first glance, I found this worrying, but I believe nearly all the books can be salvaged with some effort.
Okay, cool.
Though Father never cared much for books, he would often visit this place. I wonder why.
Because he had a secret study in there where he wrote in his diary about his wife and his daughter and stuff. A place of shelter.
Though this throne sits vacant, the space it occupies still speaks volumes. For instance, while the sculpture behind the throne is especially sturdy and serves as a hiding place in an emergency, no one that occupied that seat has ever chosen to use it.
Interesting. Hiding place in case of emergency, like the statue behind the thrones in Link to the Past. Interesting. The bell tower again.
And the last time I heard it ring out.
Oh. I skipped using the wrong button.
Has ever chosen to use it.
Yeah.
The bell tower. My memories of it are filled with a terrible sense of helplessness.
Yep.
When that bell tolled, it reminded me that my training was incomplete. And the last time I heard it ring out, it was warning us of the calamity's arrival.
She directly referenced Breath of the Wild within Tears of the Kingdom. I wonder how much, I wonder if we'll talk about the Sheikah Tech disappearing. That'll be interesting.
My room. I spent far less time here than I did in my study. That fact may have surprised my attendants, as I often closed the bed curtains to hide the fact I had once again slipped away to continue my research.
Cute little, thing. The Strong Princess.
My study. I found a silent princess in a corner of this desolate room. How many years, or decades, has it patiently waited for the right conditions that it might finally emerge? To think, I once believed the silent princess was doomed to extinction. You're stronger than anyone.
Yes, you are, Zelda. Yes, you are. Memories at the gazebo. The gazebo again.
I remember when this place had a blue roof. Daruk would be there, ready to lighten the mood, and Urbosa, standing by, was always ready to lead. Rivali, so confrontational with Link at every opportunity, while Mipha watched the two of them with worry in her eyes. We can never return to that time, but I will forever hold memories like these dear.
That would be the gazebo during the Champions Ballad, like final DLC cutscene where they're all like hanging out after the thing. Also, again, more direct reference to Breath of the Wild, which people were like, oh, Tears of the Kingdom feels like it's not a sequel to Breath of the Wild because they don't explain all the things. It's like, guys, chill. Talk about the house in Latina? Oh, sure. Did she live with Link premaritally? Oh, no. Were they roommates? Oh.
Though the central square has lain in ruins for a long time, I can still recall the bustling activity of the castle town like it was yesterday.
Right. A lot of these are covering similar ground.
The fountain, fed by an underground waterway, though I suppose that has run dry.
But you can explore the underground waterway in Tears of the Kingdom. cathedral reminiscence.
The ruins of Hyrule Cathedral. I often came here to pray that my powers would finally awaken. Though this place does bring me comfort, I also feel bitter at my many unanswered prayers.
Ah, you made it. It's fine. Requiem for the Dead.
A memorial. It is said that spirits who are weighed down with regret when they pass on sink deep beneath the ground and wander in search of light.
Ah! The depths! The depths! The depths! Well, when spirits were weighed down with regret, when they pass, they sink deep beneath the ground and wander in search of light. The depths! The afterlife depths! Also, people being big mad that the entire country doesn't recognize Link, an untalkative guy they might have met like once during the previous game 10 years ago or so ago. More like 6, but yeah. Like, okay, afterlife depths. I mentioned that in my video, like the afterlife, like Realm of the Dead of Shinto-inspired depths. Interesting.
I will place similar memorials at scenes of great loss and pray they will bring light to those wandering souls.
Also, I believe, I need to double check this, but I believe all of these like grave site, memorial sites that Zelda sets up are directly above those rock pillars in the depths where the soldiers offer swords to Link. Which, that's So that's an answer, a potential answer for the depths.
Ever since I was a child, I was always forbidden from crossing the bridge over the moat to reach Castletown Prison.
Yes.
So today is the first time I have ever set foot here. The calamity has not spared this place, leaving behind only these scorched columns. But perhaps that is for the best. Perhaps Hyrule no longer has need of a prison.
Girl, as long as there's humans in a place, you will need a prison. I'm sorry, it's just the nature of humans. Our responsibility.
This was once an
Central
impressive
Hyrule
research site, but after being
Oh, yeah.
devastated
Yep.
by the calamity, it is now known as the Royal Ancient Lab Ruins. Pura in particular has lamented the knowledge and samples that were lost here, but we can start again. It's our turn to build something we can leave to future generations.
Indeed it is. What's next? We get Mariata Memorial.
The land here has
Or
been
Marita
trampled by
Memorial.
monsters. With the deep valley nearby and the Rito already watching over the area, there seemed little need for additional protection. Unfortunately, that proved an incorrect assumption. I pray that those who lost their lives here found peace with Goddess Hylia.
Okay. Dead people. Solitary moving stable. Oh, yeah.
While long ago, all the stables would pack up and move as the flow of travelers shifted, only Seren Stable continues this tradition today. In fact, they are planning to move to one of the new roads built to support the construction of a Skyview Tower. They are very busy preparing for the move, but I must remember to visit them again once things have settled.
Right, this is referencing why the stables moved. That's it. That's a fun thing, referencing why did the stables move? Where did they go? It's they're backfilling that lore. Slumbering ruins in the Great
Typho
Forest.
Ruins was once covered in darkness.
Yeah, the Dark Ruins,
Perhaps it
Typho.
disappeared along with the shrine and the trial.
Perhaps it disappeared along with the shrine. The shrine disappeared.
Regardless, these large ruins were almost certainly unexplored thanks to that darkness. With it gone, dedicated research of this site can begin in earnest.
This was a Zonai site, right? And also, it was obscured by darkness 10,000 years ago during the first calamity when the trials were set there by the Sheikah.
The Elden Great Skeleton.
Ooh, the
Geological
fossils!
surveys of Hyrule have largely been at a standstill, but they could be incredibly valuable. Through careful study, we could identify extinction events and their causes. We could see evidence of environmental changes or disasters, and possibly prevent them from happening again. And this all ties back to fossils. We simply must put more effort into their study.
Okay, so nothing like how geologically it changes. Forgotten Temple again, boys! Lock in! We're listening. We're talking about the Forgotten Temple.
This structure was clearly designed to take advantage of the geography of the area, but even the interior is largely intact.
Okay.
Considering how many battles have been fought, well, it is very impressive. Seeing it reminds me of some very, very old records I've read. They suggest that there was a temple named for the first queen of Hyrule, and that it was often used as a shelter for the common people. Could this be...
So, the Forgotten Temple used to be Sonia's temple. Okay. and it was like built for Queen Sonia. That's interesting. That's interesting. Sonia Temple. The Forgotten Temple was once built in honor and named for Sonia, which would make sense. That's kind of how it's used in the thing. So, like, interesting. So, whether it's... So, it's not the Sealed Temple. The Sealed Temple wasn't built for Sonia. It wasn't built or named after her. It was but also this would be the first queen. By that you mean Sonia. Is it founding? Is it refounding? We'll figure that out. But that is interesting further information on Forgotten Temple. Bearing the name North Lome, the labyrinth.
The North Lome Labyrinth is a harsh environment and an unsurprisingly labyrinthine structure. It has high walls, but is otherwise unlike most fortifications. It did once hold an ancient relic meant for the bearer of the sword that seals the darkness, so perhaps it was a trial or test of some kind. I may just have to ask Link to investigate.
An ancient relic meant for the bearer of the sword that seals the darkness. Are we talking below the earth with the Phantom Ganon armor, or are we talking about the shrine that you find there in Breath of the Wild?
A hot spring hidden deep within the mountain.
Golfland's hot spring.
I heard the pained cries of an animal and have now found an injured horse soothing its wounds in the refreshing waters. I had meant to investigate the immense skeleton on the northern summit, but this horse seems so friendly. Oh, the skeleton isn't going anywhere. Now, how far away is the nearest stable?
Oh, the gold horse. This is the gold horse. This is the Goldie horse. Hello, Lo-Fi. What's up? What's good? We're listening to the Zelda Notes voice memories from Breath and Tears, the Switch 2 editions, because I don't have the Switch 2 editions to find them myself, and just kind of having a good time talking Zelda lore. The golden horse, yes.
I came upon an injured horse and brought it to Snowfield Stable to be treated.
Yep.
I had hoped to bring it with me on my travels, but it needed more time to recover, so instead I offered a prayer that some kind-hearted person would come to care for it. I may have also said a prayer, one I learned from Mother, to help with its mane.
Was it... That's some cute information about the golden horse. Golly's worries. Who's Golly?
I spoke with Gally at Rito's stable,
whatever.
Who seems worried about whether he can keep the stable open.
Oh, the stable man.
Sounds like he's had an offer to sell it to a newspaper of all
that's
things.
fine.
In any case, Hyrule is all the better with newspapers and stables. Maybe the two can find a way to coexist here.
Okay, interesting. Wings soaring the skies. We're in the Hebrew region. This is the Rito village. These are like the voice memories they added to the NSO app that you can find in Breath and Tears if you're playing on the Switch 2 editions. So
100 years ago, the divine beast Varmeadow soared through the sky, and the Rito champion Revali was ever quick to celebrate his skill as its pilot.
Again, they're retroactively adding references to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, probably in response to the people who complained that it didn't feel like enough references were made.
Many may have been put off by his bravado.
I was.
But I found it encouraging. There were often subtle signs that he was someone who worked hard, unseen, to be certain he could back up his bluster. Revali.
Okay, Revali.
You were always quickest to rush to my side when I struggled. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you when you were in need. You being you, I imagine you shrugged off waiting 100 years like it was the smallest inconvenience. You were so tough on Link to make sure he could protect me, weren't you?
Or just make himself feel better about it not being chosen. His name. Revali, okay. Favorite... World Revali! Favorite song from Deltarune, exactly.
Ah, Rito Village. Hometown of Revali, the Rito champion.
We're going a little hard on
the
Breath
spoken of as a
of the
legend
Wild.
here, and his bow is an honor bestowed on the best Rito warrior. You did hate other people talking about you, Revali, but I'm afraid your story will live on here for quite some time still.
Revali's Landing. Oh, okay.
This plaza has been named after Revali. It said that he boarded the divine beast from here the day the
Five-Star Traverse Heroes
began,
video? Oh,
and
really?
For that reason, and in his honor,
What'd you think?
it was given its name. The fact that the design on the ground has been carefully maintained and unchanged for 100 years shows the immense respect the village holds for their legendary warrior.
Okay, just like everybody loves Rivali, Falco's cool, sure. The future elder.
Kennelly, the village elder of the Rito, told me that he intends to pass his role on to Tabor. He hadn't believed that a single Rito could serve both as the elder and the protector of the village at the same time. But when he saw Link and Tabor face Meadow, needless to say, he has no concerns whether the Rito will be in good hands with Tabor.
In the beginning, we knew they were just some dudes. What did we learn? They were just some dudes. Yeah, that is a fair assessment of the conclusion I came to. But which some dudes was like something I wanted to explore. War still in Hebrew, a warrior
Many
to
of the
aspire
Rito
to.
aspire to be like Rivali, and most of the children follow his example in practice with the bow. The flight range is where they do the majority of their training. Though he always claimed the practice range was only meant for him. He did strive to make a better world for future generations, and that dream lives on here.
Okay, more characterization for Rivali. Scar from 10,000 years ago. The mountain scar again. She's going to talk about the bullet hole in the mountain again.
When I look at the Hebra Mountains now, I can accept something I couldn't 100 years ago. The energy blast that shaped the peak 10,000 years in the past indeed came from the castle.
Interesting.
Perhaps these mountains were always trying to teach us about the past. I should put together a survey team to investigate and make sure we aren't missing any other such messages.
That's an interesting observation. Regret and repentance.
These
ancient
columns mark where a shrine once stood.
Yep.
Before the calamity, when I was frantically searching ruins, I would often seek hard-to-reach places.
Yep.
Despite this, Link always managed
This is where
to find
that
me.
cutscene happened.
I was so terrible to him then. And of course, when I apologized for it later, he reassured me that he didn't mind. I regret putting him through that.
So she's continually referencing these Sheikah shrines that used to be here. Are we gonna get her talking about what happened to them in between games?
Tabantha Bridge Stable was built when the Tabantha Great Bridge was repaired after many years of neglect. However, the bridge was destroyed during the calamity and only recently reopened, so the manager here is worried that no one knows about his stable. He purchased some goats and is trying to develop a signature dish using goat milk butter. But there are definitely some things he needs to learn about the animals.
Okay, fun little detail there. We're in Central Hyrule, the plateau where thunder fell silent. This is where the mushroom things were too. Thundra Plateau.
Thundra Plateau was so named for the endless rolling thunder that used to echo across it.
Yep.
I was hesitant to even come here, but with the thunder gone, this place is incredibly peaceful. I wonder if the thunder was connected to the shrine that was here before. Maybe it was some sort of test.
So the thunder connected to the shrine. Again, she's referencing the shrines all over the place. We're going to talk about how they're gone. That's something they wanted the skin to directly address at least. Link just goes around discovering more of Zelda's podcast episodes. That's what these are. There are also Master Koga podcast episodes and Rauru podcast episodes. We're in Central Hyrule by the horse shrine, or the horse-like statue.
Link often used the vast meadows of the Sanadin Park ruins to help me practice horse handling.
Yes.
I recall thinking there was little I could learn from him. After all, I am quite capable on horseback. However, it wasn't technique he was showing me, but rather deeper lessons in compassion.
I see. Being a better... Ooh. Spreading cherry blossoms. Oh! Wait, yeah, that's right. Okay. So we talked about Satori Mountain's cherry blossoms as they're being connected to okay. Spreading cherry blossoms. Let's hear what she has to say about this.
The Satori Mountain cherry blossom tree. While there were only 2 of these trees before, there seem to be many more now. However, it is said that cherry blossoms can purify evil. Does that mean more are appearing because the calamity has disappeared, or are they appearing in preparation for some new threat?
Cherry blossoms can purify evil. So the Deku tree, the father tree, if you will, cherry blossoms purifying evil, makes me wonder What evil may have been on Mount Satori that the Mother Tree was there to purify? Interesting. Honestly, those voice acting, it's too much hate. These voice lines are pretty smooth. These were done way after the fact. But I've never minded her voice acting. It's fine. Interesting. The cherry blossoms are weirdly important here. Let's see. What's the next one? The Meet-Up Stable.
This stable is called Outskirt Stable, but the Gerudo apparently refer to it as the Meet-Up Stable. Abosa told me that this is where many Vi see Vo for the first time. Perhaps the stable master knows this, and that's why a map to cherry blossoms, quite the romantic setting, is on display.
Uh-huh. This is like... Is this where lonely guys who haven't had any luck anywhere else go to, like, meet women who are just as nervous about men as he is? Also, I'm going to switch from here to... I'm going to pull up PNG Ceph, if you don't mind recording. Pull up the PNGs. There's the me, and pop me up. There we go. Oh, come here. Pull you out to the side here. Moving to a different character now. No, I just needed to charge my phone. If you're going to conspiracy mode, if something... Yes, basically. I'm only going into conspiracy mode if something is important is said. We got harsh lands in the Gerudo area.
The dried rock face of the entrance to Gerudo Canyon shows how little rain this region gets. While it may not be so perilously hot as to require advanced elixirs, the sweltering air does strike you the moment you set foot here, and it serves as a warning of the rugged desert ahead. Right,
just kind of like, this is the desert area, fellas. Divine Naboris excavation site.
This is where Divine Beast Von Naboris was found. According to the Gerudo champion, Urbosa, controlling the Divine Beast was similar in practice to how she controlled lightning. Both required considerable force of will, but with the Divine Beast, it was much, much more difficult.
Where did the Divine Beasts go, Zelda? What can you talk about where the Divine Beasts went? Monsters in the well.
There have been reports of monsters in the well here at Gerudo Canyon Stable, and though we have sealed the entrance of their den with rocks, I doubt that is a permanent solution. As an additional measure, I have also told the stable manager to avoid using the well. It will be inconvenient, but safety is of the highest priority.
Okay, that Gerudo Desert.
It may be my imagination, but it feels like there is even more heat in the air here than in the past. And despite that oppressive heat and this seemingly desolate environment, I believe there is more vitality in this desert than anywhere else. Perhaps I feel this way because I have seen the strength of those who call this place home.
Yeah, sure. Referencing the Ocarina of Time well? No, there's actually literally a quest in Tears of the Kingdom where you go down this is the Gerudo region, first off, Lo-Fi. So you go down the well in the Gerudo region, fight some monsters, and that's your quest, right? It's referencing that little side quest. The well in Ocarina of Time is in Kakariko, which would be elsewhere. Desert Oasis, Karakara Bazaar? Yes.
Nowadays, it seems Riju has Karakara Bazaar well protected with diligent soldiers. But when I came here 100 years ago, the traders who frequented this place were on their own. I was fortunate that Urbosa herself served as my bodyguard.
Just Riju's new stuff. Oh, talking about Riju, the young chief. Let's go.
The main settlement of the Gerudo town, is ruled by Chief Riju. Though young, she seems to be working hard in service to her people, overcoming both the Divine Beast and the threat the Yiga clan posed.
Yep.
In fact, the town is more lively than ever. It is humbling to see her face such challenges. When Mother died, I was inconsolable.
Okay, little more information on Riju, an audience of Riju.
The current chief of the Gerudo, Riju, used to have long hair reaching all the way to her waist, a style only permitted to Gerudo royalty. Today, however, she wears it cut short. I believe this is both in penance for not being able to stop the Divine Beast or the Yiga clan on her own, but also to give herself a goal to aspire to. By the time her hair grows long again, she must be a strong chief, like Urbosa was.
That's interesting. Most of the Gerudo don't have long hair and breath and tears. Huh. I guess that's a little interesting little way to characterize that. Although, does Ganon have like long hair? Visual storytelling, love to see it. Once we know that it is visual storytelling, yeah, that's a neat little tidbit. Love that little tidbit. Patricia the Sand Seal.
Riju's beloved sand seal, Patricia, was apparently a gift from her mother. They seem to have formed a close bond over the many years of Riju's studies and training. I think they can even communicate with one another, though I am not able to understand Patricia at all.
Okay, just cute little like, oh, there's the Sand Seal. Gerudo soldier training.
These are the barracks for Gerudo soldiers. Riju recently spoke of wanting to improve the training her soldiers receive, sharing too how she has been frustrated with the results so far. Hearing this, I told her of how Urbosa always felt the Gerudo should be more in touch with the desert. A look of realization crossed Riju's face, and then she spent some time studying a map. It seems Urbosa can offer wise guidance, even 100 years later.
This is lots of fun little character information so far.
Riju complimented my technique when handling a sand seal, a skill I only possess thanks to the training Urbosa gave me so long ago. I then told Riju of the time I forgot a shield, and was left behind by both my sand seal and Urbosa. And the young girl doubled over laughing. I still sometimes forget that this young girl is chief of her people.
Some really solid characterization. I mean, I've always thought Riju's just a nice character. Riju's cool. But like, oh, just a little more substance to her. Also, we'll probably get that for the other people. Another attempt 100 years later.
I tried once again to get the popular Gerudo town drink Noble Pursuit, and I was once again told I was not ready for it yet. They did tell me I should come back when the young Gerudo children who have been living abroad return to town. Apparently, some special drinks will be prepared for their arrival, and I should ask again then.
Ladies, she's 117 years old. She's more than old enough to have a sip. Come on. Oh, the mysterious ruins. These are the ones where with the ice house at the end.
The North Gerudo ruins are connected to Gerudo town via an underground pathway that Riju showed me. She told me it was an escape route in the event of an emergency, but that short of some immense disaster, she couldn't imagine using it for such a purpose. She laughed as she said this, and though she seemed unconcerned in the moment, it's clear the safety of her people is never far from her mind.
Neat. Exploring where the chasm leads.
This is the chasm located near Barida Lookout. There are records that suggest ancient people lived far below ground in the depths.
Oh?
I suspect holes such as this one could connect the surface to that place. But if I want to find evidence proving my theories...
My game theories!
I will need researchers wholly dedicated to the task. I should speak with Pura to see if she knows anyone qualified and capable of tackling this.
So this is the hole where that Koga fell down. This would be the hole that Koga fell down in his thing. The Desert Watchtower.
This lookout post was supposedly originally built to keep watch on divine beast Varnaboris as it lumbered through the desert. But now it is a place to observe changes in the desert landscape. I've heard it is tall enough to see above the worst sandstorms. And between this place and the lighthouse Riju has planned for Karakara Bazaar, safely traveling the desert should become easier soon.
Okay, neat. Just like more... concerning the fossils. The third fossil, okay.
The immense Gerudo Great Skeleton lies here.
Yep.
Legends say that long, long ago, Hyrule was actually the bottom of a vast ocean. Considering the marine fossils that have been found across the world, I see little reason to doubt this.
Wait a minute. Legends say long, long ago, Hyrule was actually the bottom of a vast ocean. Like, obviously, we've got this the ocean from the Skyward Sword. Obviously, there's a Skyward Sword ocean. But also, if the entirety of Hyrule long, long ago was at the bottom of a vast ocean, that sounds to me a little bit like Wind Waker. Like, obviously, rock salt being across the thing has always been a thing people would point to as a it's probably adult timeline because Wind Waker. And I've always of the 3 timelines, Wind Waker, the adult timeline was kind of a 50-50 for me. But this particular line, where it's like long, long ago, Hyrule was actually the bottom of a vast ocean. Interesting. I think the Gerudo fossil is also the windfish also. I think I would need to look at their skeletons a little bit better, but yeah, it's a possibility. But that's interesting. Anyway.
Except, it seems to me that there are too few fossils. Maybe sea life found roots even deeper. Maybe through chasms like the one near Barida Lookout. Maybe as far as the depths. No, I'm getting carried away.
But there's also the thought that maybe the depths was an underwater ocean. Interesting. Okay, this is like weirdly weird. This is interesting. This isn't something to consider. This is map theory material.
South Lomé Labyrinth is one of 3 ruins in Hyrule that have been named after Lomé. Each are incredibly complex in design.
Who's Lomé?
And present harsh environments, which make them very difficult to explore. That said, they may contain important ancient relics, so it would be best to send out a dedicated survey team here.
Important ancient relics like the Ocarina of Time, the Phantom Ganon armor, the Gerudo Great honoring Urbosa. Okay.
I finally get to see all these amazing sights you saw, Urbosa. I wish that it hadn't cost what it did. But thanks to the things you and everyone else taught me, and the time we spent together, I can move forward with my head held high.
Yep.
Thanks to you, I am going to be okay. Could you tell my mother that for me, please?
Okay, lovely little honor for Urbosa. Back in Central Hyrule, the Outpost Memorial, another memorial site.
This area was once alive and bustling with activity. There were several inns nearby, and the roads were busy with soldiers from the local garrison or travelers heading for the Temple of Time. Nowadays, only the wind moves through this place. I pray everyone who passed through here has found peace with Goddess Hylia.
Peace with Goddess Hylia. She said that twice. Is Hylia like their primary goddess, so it's like they're more or less monotheistic in their worship, like they obviously believe in the creation trio and such, and so they're like, they rest with Goddess Hylia as in like she's the only one, or is she like also viewed as a goddess of the dead? Interesting thought. It can simply be Goddess Hylia overlooks the afterlife. It could be that. But it's just interesting that she brought it up twice. Which is also interesting because, like, if the afterlife is connected to the depths at all, then they got the bargainer statue Gods of Death, which underground corresponds to goddess statues above ground, which is theory fodder, frankly. We have the birthplace of Hyrule. We've got another reference to the Great Plateau.
The passage up to the Great Plateau has been filled with dirt and rocks. Certainly some of this damage was caused by the Guardians' invasion, but some of the debris looks to have been placed deliberately. I imagine the intention was to keep as many monsters as possible from reaching the Great Plateau, where Link recovered in the Shrine of Resurrection. But how am I supposed to reach the Great Plateau now?
Not to mention the bargainer statues can/do speak through Hylia statues. Yep, exactly, Luke. That connection has been made by other theorists before. So there is a connection between Hylia and death.
It was here,
the Shrine of
Resurrection, that ancient Sheikah technology preserved Link's life. I was able to clearly sense when he woke from his 100-year slumber, and I am so happy that my voice could reach him.
Okay, cool. That's all that this is?
There are several ancient texts and works of literature that speak of the Temple of Time by name, but all of them describe a structure that differs in design from the one we see today. Hyrule's history is long, and this discrepancy is one of the unsolved mysteries of our land.
This was one of the earliest pieces I've heard. Like, this was one of the ones they seeded out in teasers. And I'm like, thank you for confirming that Zelda is just as confused about Zelda lore as I am. But also, the Temple of Time, the Zonai Temple of Time, is very different in design. But also, the Temple of Time from Ocarina of Time is subtly different from the Breath and Tears Ocarina of Temple of Time. So, like, it's been destroyed, rebuilt, and, like, remade several times, and it's changed its design. But yes, there is the Tears of the Kingdom Temple of Time that is in in the sky, which is very different in design.
Father's grave. I heard that stacking these rocks was the best that could be done for him. Well, they could not have picked a better place. That he will rest here, forever looking out over Hyrule. Mother, Father, though the land is still littered with ruins, I promise you that I will restore it. Please, watch over me as I do.
These are a lot of like really fun little characterization things. The hut's owner. Oh, the hut from the Great Plateau.
When I last visited this mountain hut 100 years ago, I did not realize who the owner was. Now that I do, it explains why Father looked so troubled, even sad, when I described the building as shabby and in need of demolition.
She roasted her dad's constructed little cabin so hard.
How could I have guessed it was his own little retreat? Though, looking at it now, oh, Father, did you build this yourself?
That's fun. Link's trauma.
Hopper Pond used to be filled with hot-footed frogs. Perhaps the monsters have driven them away? In any case, this is the place I finally managed to catch one. I was incredibly excited, and I tried to show Link, but he kept flinching and backing away from me.
Freaking him out with frogs. The Unshaken Bravery at Central Hyrule, another garrison.
The Hyrule Garrison ruins. As with other fortified locations, many Guardians attacked this place. However, it is likely most of the soldiers normally stationed here had already been deployed to other regions. Those few who remained fought bravely, though they were certainly ill-equipped to deal with such deadly foes. Previous archaeological investigations discovered a single ancient spear within this decaying tree trunk. It has stirred up spirited discussion among many researchers, but little additional information has been revealed, despite their piqued interest.
Okay, yeah, the ancient tree stump she mentioned in the first one, the huge one that she was going to check out, a spear, the one she said that had a spirit like living in there, a spear. A spear. Interesting.
When I told Purah of my plan to venture beneath the castle to investigate the gloom, she expressed strong opposition. That Link would accompany me did not sway her in the slightest. It was only my suggestion to establish an outpost here, a place to observe the gloom from and to reach the hidden path beneath the castle, that earned her begrudging acceptance.
Uh-huh. So the gloom was pouring out and she wanted to investigate. Interesting.
This is one of the Skyview towers that Purah designed to aid in the restoration of Hyrule.
Ah, yes.
Though it is not quite finished, we have Hudson Construction to thank for how quickly it is coming along.
Yep.
Now, if only Purah could have similar success finding any volunteers to use the paraglider to survey the land from above.
Link's more than happy to do it. He should have had his map from the beginning. Assembly of the survey team. Okay, neat. Survey team.
There are many things we can learn from history.
In Central Hyrule here.
We would not have known to prepare for the calamity if we had not studied ancient relics from our past.
Uh-huh.
Knowing this, and having seen the passion of the archaeologists I've met on my travels, I have decided to form a team to survey ancient ruins and texts across Hyrule. I am sure there are many things we can learn from them as we restore the land. It is critical that we repair Hyrule's roads and bridges.
Oh, the materials cache, yep.
Despite the efforts of Hudson Construction and the Stable Association, we lack the labor to tackle this task. We are blessed with abundant resources, however, so we've established material caches dedicated to the rebuilding efforts and made them freely available.
Okay, we're going to hit into our probably last maybe not last, but another ad break here. These are still interesting. The one about the ocean and the desert, that requires more looking at. Mostly, there's no definitive, there's not much more evidence one way or the other about whether Rauru and Sonia founded or refounded, you know? And that's like the biggest issue, that is still kind of in debate, and to some people, it could go either way. I'm still in the refounding camp, but I would need to be seriously convinced by things that are added to this game. A lot of the Zelda specific things so far have seem to have been put in place to better connect breath to tears and tears to breath. Like, better have that connection where Zelda's actually talking about the old champions, talking about the old shrines, talking about the divine beasts. No sign of where they went, no mention of where they went, but at least they're being referenced at all, which is, more than the base game did. Yeah. Ad break. Yes, I'm taking that into account, Luke. So yeah, this is an interesting. This is most certainly an interesting. Like, also there's the thing about, like, I think perhaps the biggest timeline information is Hyrule was once covered by a vast ocean. Like, there's obviously prehistory that could be like, oh, it's a prehistoric, as the world was forming thing. But, or it could be Wind Waker. This could be specifically saying, Wind Waker. And if it's Wind Waker, then refounding. If it's Wind Waker, it has to be a refounding. Because Hyrule was washed away at the end of Wind Waker. The entirety of the old kingdom of Hyrule before Wind Waker was washed away. Spotless. It would also explain why there's no Triforce and no Master Sword. So, also, like, yeah, Ganon came in the form of a boar in ancient times, so that would be part of the legends. So, if that, like, I cannot see a world where all of Hyrule gets washed away by the floodwaters. The story of Wind Waker doesn't work unless we just take them at their word and say, yeah, all of Hyrule was washed away by the floodwaters. And if it was washed away by the floodwaters, there would be no reason for any of the Tears of the Kingdom past stuff to happen. So a refounding has to be the case if it takes place in the adult timeline. If it takes place in the downfall timeline, you could make the case for first founding. But if adult timeline, then it kind of has to be. And we're back? You're back? All right. My side of it says there's still like 12 seconds left, but I guess we will continue. For now, flavor memories. These have all been flavor memories. Oh yeah, Mabe Village, or Mabe Village.
The ruins of Mabe Village. It was the farm closest to the castle,
yep.
And I would often visit it incognito. They always shared far more food than I could possibly eat, and I remember that they treated their animals like members of their family. I imagine no one here fled alone when the time came.
Okay, more of Mabe Village. New sprouts.
This forest park was the direct responsibility of the royal family, cared for and built upon by each successive generation of rulers.
I'm gonna need to look at that forest park, frankly.
Though it has been partially destroyed by fire, that does not spell the end of our ancestors' legacy. In fact, I believe I caught sight of some new growth emerging already.
'Cause, like, that forest park, count those trees in the forest park, and we might have, like, a rough estimate of how many generations passed.
Although the soldiers at the training camp
Settlement
fought
Memorial.
back, this settlement was burned to the ground by a single rampaging guardian. The loose ground has left little trace of the heroic battle they waged. I pray their brave spirits have found peace with Goddess Hylia.
Once again, the line, found peace with Goddess Hylia. Stable Trotters.
I'll always remember Woodland Stable. It is where I saw the president of the Stable Association's grandson swinging a baton around.
Oh! So, like, she mentioned the Woodlands, the Stable Association's, like, founder in her Breath of the Wild stuff. Maestro is Maestro's grandfather. Exactly! Hey, that's actually really cool!
It seems he has formed a band, gathering one musician after another. While his mannerisms are clumsy, others are enthralled by his appearance and enthusiasm. Once I have finished my investigation, I should try to see them perform.
That's a cute little piece of just, like, extra backstory they tossed in here. That's fun. That's fun.
This was an important training camp in the days before the Calamity. It is said that when the Calamity occurred, all of the veteran soldiers had been deployed, and only trainees remained here. Despite their inexperience, the brave trainees worked together and defeated a Guardian. I pray their souls have found peace.
Okay. A new route.
This area used to be covered in lava and was largely unapproachable. But now that the volcanic eruptions have subsided, even Hylians can come here without taking fire resistance measures.
Yes.
Thus, the new path. I've heard there are even plans for new shops along the road. This place is about to see some significant changes.
Usually, Death Mountain goes nuts in response to evil. Also, we're in the Elden region now. We're about halfway through this video.
When I was preparing to come here to Goron City, I bought lots of fireproof elixirs to counter the extreme heat.
You mentioned that in the last
It's a
game.
relief to see those are no longer needed.
Yep.
One thing that hasn't changed, though, is the Goron's love of eating rocks. Seeing it now, I am reminded of when Daruk gave Link a rock to eat. And he did.
Yes, that's a cute little story I remember. Oh, yes, Yunobo. We got a familiar visage.
I was surprised when I first saw Yunobo. The young Goron is built just like his grandfather, and I nearly shouted Daruk in excitement. Of course, he doesn't have the same bold spirit Daruk had, but he is an honest boy with a truly kind heart.
So he is how do Gorons have descendants, I wonder? Peak protein provisions?
This restaurant specializes in grilling various foods, though it seems they are planning on leaving this location to a skilled chef and opening a new shop along the road. Since they were moving on, they were kind enough to give me a solid steak as a gift.
I'll have to reread all the text involved with that one cave episode quest. The blacksmith on retainer again. We're getting more orthodontic work.
This is the large sword that Daruk carried with him.
It's a sword?
He always held it as though it was light as a feather, but I believe it is actually a boulder breaker he had custom made to be twice as heavy as normal. Not only that, but when he became a champion, he increased its weight even more. There is a certain symbolism in this. Daruk was bold and friendly, but he carried an incredible weight without concern or complaint.
Okay. Honoring Daruk. More about the statue.
Oh, Daruk. Link told me of when your spirit was released. I am so sorry that you worried after me all the way to the end, and I cannot thank you enough for keeping the promise you made 100 years ago. I will make you proud, my friend. I will bring peace to this land. Please, watch over me.
Neat. A slumbering volcano. Okay. Let's hear about why the volcano. Let's hear. This one's called Slumbering Volcano.
It was not long ago that lava was frequently and fiercely erupting from Death Mountain. These days, the mountain seems to have quieted, though. I've heard stories that ancient Gorons built dwellings far down in the depths of the mountain.
Yeah?
I wonder if this is similar to how the mountain looked back then.
So yeah, the Death Mountain periods of activity and dormancy. Gorondia, indeed. Yunobo is making the world better.
The sudden changes on Death Mountain left many Gorons feeling uneasy, but I hear young Yunobo goes to the mountain every day to mine ore from the exposed rock face. It seems his efforts are motivating his fellow Gorons, shaking them out of their worry and giving them purpose. Certainly the future of Goron City is brighter, thanks to Yunobo. The Gorons looked so comfortable as they lounged in these hot springs. As for me, the heat was too much and I only put my feet in. Poor Link even caught a scolding from the Gorons when he tried to add a little water to cool it down. Apparently this temperature is merely tepid to them already.
Gorons have huge heat resistance. Training mind and body. Is this the,
Stables are a treasure trove of information and a great place to find members of the research team. Though we've only just begun our work, we've already received research reports from every region. As we continue working, I should ensure they know how to defend themselves. Exploring the unknown can be dangerous after all. This was previously the trailhead for Death Mountain, but the path has collapsed and monsters have descended on the area, scaring off most of the travelers. If Daruk were here, I'm sure he'd clear out any opposition in no time. Assuming there are no dogs among them.
Right, that cute little detail from the first game. Akala Citadel Memorial.
We thought Arkala's citadel impregnable, but the battle here proved it was anything but. We must carry the lessons learned from this battle forward with us. I vow to honor the sacrifices of those who died here. I will work tirelessly to restore Hyrule and to create a peaceful future for its people. South Arkala Stable. Many, many guardians swept through this area, and though the building was destroyed, the workers were all able to get to safety. No doubt that is thanks to the soldiers of Arkala Citadel buying them time.
Yep.
But now the Stable Association has rebuilt the stable, and you can hardly see any traces of the past destruction.
Okay. More, the Lost Hamlet. Okay. The hidden village, the air quotes hidden village again.
No one actually knows what happened here at the Shadow Hamlet during the calamity. They were a very isolated village, and they liked it that way. They even turned me away when I came to warn them about the calamity.
Game.
I wonder if this place would be more than ruins if I had tried harder to get them to listen. Though the Spring of Power remains, it has been neglected and fallen into ruin.
The Spring of Power. Interesting.
I imagine many see power as a symbol of the Demon King, and thus avoid the spring. But there is a misunderstanding there. Power itself is neither inherently evil nor good. It is the individual wielding that power that defines it.
Okay, that's all you got for the spirit of this, the Spring of Power? Signature steamed buns.
Apparently, East Arkala Stable got its start when the Stable Association used scrap wood left over from other stables to construct a shelter for people whose homes had burned down. The kitchen prepared steamed buns for the people then, and the recipe has since become a signature meal here. The Arkala Ancient Tech Lab was originally a lighthouse Guardians destroyed. Apparently, Pura and Robbie later converted it into a lab.
Yep.
They claim its proximity to ruins is why they chose this place. But I think the real reason they settled here was to discourage visitors. Their research was dangerous after all.
Right, that's the Arkala Ancient Tech Lab.
Terrytown,
an ideal world.
A village that brought all the peoples of Hyrule together. Hudson is the driving force behind its founding, though they say Link played a role as well. This place, where Hylians, Rito, Goron, Zora, and Gerudo all live together in peace, is a model of the world I hope to see in the future.
Yeah, Terrytown's real neat. Taciturn president. Oh, Miss President Hudson. What you got to say about Hudson? That lovely fella.
Hudson is rarely in the shop, as he is busy recruiting workers for the restoration efforts. I hear he is expecting a child soon, and though he is a reserved man, I can see his quiet excitement.
So these were... Okay, this gives me a timeline. These were all recorded, like, immediately following Breath of the Wild. This is Link and Zelda, like, after she comes back. Like, because he's expecting a child soon. Like, Madison, his daughter, is, like, 5 or 6, I would have to estimate, by the time we get to Tears. So this is, like, significantly... This is, like, immediately post-Breath. Interesting.
They say Hudson Construction adopted the name policy from its predecessor, Bolson Construction. All employees must have a name that ends in son. There is technically one exception, though. A man named Haggy supposedly introduced himself as Haggy's son in his interview, which Hudson mistook for Haggy's son.
Okay. Interesting. That's funny. A less than safe ride. Oh, in Akala, this is our minecarts.
This track facilitates transit from the village to the work area. It is not a complex creation, relying on the height difference to send the rope and pulley down the rails. However, it is only one way, so a person would have to walk back along the perimeter to reach the village. I wonder if Sheikah technology could improve this.
I wonder, but all the Sheikah technology evaporated overnight. What happened to it, Zelda?
Apparently,
Hudson
when the water levels in Torin Wetland receded and solid ground emerged, Hudson Construction decided to build a workspace here.
Torin
That workspace has come to be the main site for producing the building materials used in our restoration efforts. I'm excited to see how this place flourishes.
So yeah, the water tables are pretty fluctuational, even this. Cunning tactics. What's
Torin
this?
Wetland was once littered with the broken remains of countless guardians, though there are no longer any traces of them.
Okay, why?
I imagine the wetlands reduced the guardians' mobility, making it impossible for them to avoid each other's attacks. No doubt Arkela owes thanks to the quick thinking of soldiers from the Citadel for this. If the Guardians hadn't been so hindered, the Arkela region would have suffered more damage.
That's cool, but where did the Guardians go, Zelda?
The Zora created these...
We got the Zora... we're in the Zora place now. Zora
these stone
inscriptions.
monuments, and while they once were engraved with the words of King Dorephan, they now bear those of Sidon. He has written of the battle against the divine beast when he allowed Link to ride on his back. That really shows how completely he trusts Link. It is rare for a Zora to let anyone on their backs after all.
Oh, really? Neat. They're building relationship. More Zora?
In order to prevent the damage a flooding river would cause, the Zora people and the Kingdom of Hyrule worked together
East
to build
Reservoir
this
Lake,
reservoir.
yes.
In fact, though they were only amicable toward each other before the project, it was the act of building this that formed a true friendship between the Zora and the Kingdom of Hyrule. Thanks to their long lifespans,
those who remember the Calamity.
Many Zora here in Zora's domain still remember the events of the Calamity and Mipha's part in all of it 100 years ago. I do not think I will be welcomed, but it is my duty to tell them what happened to her in the end.
Oh, so yeah, this is definitely in her first, like, between Breath and Tears. Well, I mean, it is between Breath and Tears. It's like very soon after Breath.
100 years ago, a statue was made to celebrate Mipha, the Zora champion. It is now
statue
a memorial
relocation
to her sacrifice. Apparently, it is thanks to Sidon that it stands where it does. It was he who proposed it be relocated to a place with a wonderful view.
And that's about where the thing with why am I blanking on the monster's name? The Lionel. That's where the Lionel was, right?
With Link accompanying me, I told the gathered Zora of Mipha's fate. The throne room was filled with sobs and angry shouts, but King Dorephan quieted everyone when he spoke, offering a simple, soft thank you. His words felt like he was giving me permission, even telling me to move on, to not be held prisoner to the past.
Lovely little character development here. We get a little. I like these. A maiden's prayer, huh?
I have heard that an important part of the process of crafting Zora armor is a prayer for the safety of a loved one. Apparently, Mipha often came to this place to work on armor she made for Link. However, in the end, she left the armor with King Dorephan. Perhaps she knew she would not be able to hand it to Link herself.
Yeah, maybe she didn't want to show it to him in your presence because she felt intimidated. Oh, the waterbed! She's gonna talk about how she invented waterbeds. That's actually really funny.
Waterbeds? I had only mentioned it in passing to the proprietor 100 years ago, so it was quite a shock to see the fanciful notion brought to life. And laying in one feels just as I imagined, like floating in a
funny.
lake. I hear travelers enjoy the beds, but even more surprising, so do the Zora.
Hold on, I've got to ban you. I have got to ban you. Sorry, bots, you must be banned. Actually, I'm not sorry, bots, you are banned now. That's funny.
The pristine sanctum is part of the traditions a retiring Zora king follows upon abdicating their title. It is said that many generations of kings have cleansed their bodies in the pristine waters here, as well as offering one of their scales to this throne. In so doing, they symbolically abandon the earthly world. I'm sure that you love the view of the village from
Honoring
here,
Mipha.
don't you, Mipha? I shared your final words with King Dorephan, you know. He told me, thank you, but I should be the one offering my thanks. And I do. I offer them to you. Thank you, Mipha. I wish only that we had more time together.
And so we got Lanayru, more Lanayru.
The ruins of Goponga village.
Oh yeah.
The people who lived here raised many horses. They used the unique terrain here as a stable, but it has been so ravaged by monsters now that it's virtually unrecognizable. Considering their skilled horsemanship, I want to believe everyone was able to flee on horseback.
We get a lot of these are interesting before and afters between Breath and Tears, honestly.
It was the stable association that came up with the plan for a well at every stable. It makes perfect sense to have access to clean water stores, but an additional aspect of the plan was for the well to serve as a shelter for the people in case of emergency. It is hard to forget the stories of rampaging guardians. their attacks scorching the land.
Uh-huh. Hence all the ladders. Hence all the ladders for what? In the wells. Oh, yeah.
The Floret Sandbar and Magda,
oh, the
who
flowers.
cultivates flowers here,
Flower
inspired
blight
me to
Ganon.
create a place where flowers from all over Hyrule could bloom together.
You got Flower
Though
Lady.
I was able to borrow tools from a stable, I am not adept at this kind of work. The dirt has gotten everywhere. Still, I must focus. Silent Princess, Blue Nightshade, Mighty Thistle. What next?
I don't know. Oh, well, you'll figure it out. Blooming Joy. Gathering of Gourmets. Okay.
Riverside Stable.
Riverside Stable. Oh, yeah, there was that side quest with the food.
Visiting here reminds me of a time I shared a meal of meat and rice with a few who claimed hunger is the best sauce. Though at the time they had not eaten in 3 days and were nearly immobilized at their campsite. I hope they learned their lesson.
Okay. Sharing the joy of equestrian arts.
Highland Stable. Horseback archery was very popular before the calamity, though it appears interest has waned in modern times.
So
Instead, there is considerable effort being made to teach travelers how to handle horse-drawn wagons, and more importantly, how to care for the horses that pull them.
Okay, interesting. Courage proven. The Spring of Courage. Let's get some Spring of Courage
Long
lore.
ago, I was too scared to enter the Spring of Courage.
Ironic.
Not even just as a child, though then I could at least blame the intimidating message on the stone statue. Those who lack courage will be eaten by a dragon. But even as an adult, I always worried that I wasn't brave enough. Today, I think I can investigate every corner of this place without fear.
We'll be eaten by a dragon. It's in the middle of the dragon, storm dragon ruins things that were like the Zonai ruins. That's interesting. Dondons. Oh, yeah.
Lakeside Stable is the closest stable to where I first discovered the creatures I have named Dondons. I found
Why'd
them
you call
deep
them
in the jungle,
Dondons?
and I knew I had to do what I could to protect them. I believe they use the rock-like bumps on their backs as a way to conceal themselves, but that is all I have learned so far. I think I will spend some more time observing them.
Okay, neat. The Heart Lake. This is about the Heart Lake.
I have heard stories about a heart-shaped pond, known as the Lover's Pond.
Mm-hmm.
I am almost certain it wasn't here before. Although, this place was once thought of as the wish-making mountain, and I hear many people would visit. Perhaps all their wishes manifested as the pond. Some may laugh at this idea, but I think I like it.
Wishes manifesting changes in the world. That is an interesting little point you bring up. Mountain of Prayers in Necluda.
There was a time when Tuft Mountain was
Tuft
famous
Mountain,
for
yes.
binding two people's destinies together. However, that legacy seems to have been forgotten as time passed. Standing here, taking in the magnificent scenery, I feel all my worries melting away, like how a setting sun slowly melts into the horizon. Lurelin Village was once a small fishing center, but apparently the
if evil
rising
can change
monsters
topography,
has
then who
driven
knows?
many of the
Yeah,
villagers away
fair.
from fishing. Now it hosts travelers. attracting them as
Hyrule is a
sort
very
of
like
resort
spiritually
with its beautiful
attuned
scenery
place
and
after
delicious
all.
food. The village may have changed, but its people are some of the warmest I know. I feel a wonderful calm visiting here.
Like the world itself kind of is responsive to good, evil, spirits, magic, gods, and such. It's kind of a thing. 228 recipes.
I was amazed at the delicious food I was treated to by the fantastic cook here. It seems she traveled far and wide in Hyrule, gathering an incredible 228 recipes before getting married and settling down. I suggested she open a restaurant, and while she seemed to laugh at the idea, I saw quiet pride at the compliment.
228, that's like a hint, actually. That's a hint.
It seems they turned an abandoned ship hull into a house, even using palm trees to hold the ship in place. It has become something of a local landmark, as well as a place for guests to stay. Considering its size, it really does make sense they would use it as an inn.
Mm-hmm.
The goddess statue in Lurelin Village is now worshipped as the guardian of the ocean. I believe it used to be thought of as the guardian of fishing, but it seems that as the number of fishers shrank here, the role of the goddess statue has changed along with the village itself. Not everyone can adapt to the changes that life brings. There is much we can learn from the people of this village.
I see. Interesting. So understandings of who the goddess was change over time. Oh, the Demon King's Claw. Yes, this place.
Cape Cressia was once known as the Demon King's Claw, and many villagers feared this place. But the name has fallen out of use as time has passed. I myself have walked the length of this area, and I didn't feel anything particularly evil about it. Probably another reason the name is largely unused today. I wonder where the name originated from.
Well, it's probably because the tear of the dragon has that memory. That's the sigil that appears with the tear of the dragon. So there is that. Demon King's Claw. Interesting.
When the head of Lurelin village asked me how he might raise awareness about his village, I immediately thought of this place. Cornet Beach has such long stretches of sand, and it's free of coral reefs. I thought perhaps some sort of playground that incorporates the ocean would be a wonderful addition. But no, it really is an outlandish idea. I couldn't even bring myself to suggest it.
Public beach access? Eventide Island some more. Okay.
100 years ago, Eventide Island was filled with monsters and impossible to safely approach. Link came along to protect me, but he suddenly covered his eyes the moment we landed. Fortunately, it seems all the monsters vanished with the calamity. Regardless, when I asked him what he was doing, he said the last time he was here, he had been stripped of all his possessions when he arrived. He could have mentioned that possibility before I set foot on the shore.
Okay. They came along to protect me. He covered it. That is funny. That is a very funny little episode between Link and Zelda. I like that. It's like, yeah, last time I showed up on shore, I felt I was naked. So, just showed you a little decency there, Prince. Also, we haven't heard yet. We're in Necluda. We're in Necluda now, Dueling Peaks Memorial. We're going to hear about Zelda's house, I imagine.
Many people evacuated from the town around Hyrule Castle.
We're going to hear about Zelda's house.
Half of them made it from there to this point. And even then, as they saw the Guardians appear before the Dueling Peaks, they thought they were done for. Thankfully, these brave souls were here to protect them. I pray they found peace at last.
Yep, more memorials. The Twin Saviors is the Dueling Peaks.
The Dueling Peaks. I shudder to think of what would have happened if Link hadn't led everyone here. The steep terrain gave us some protection, and plenty of places to hide from the Guardians. Many lives were saved, including my own. I was always being protected back then.
Right, that would have made sense how Link fled in that direction, and that's where he died on that in that field full of Guardians. Grave markers.
The Blattery Plain.
Many
soldiers lost their lives here when Guardians rampaged through the area. Now numerous swords throughout the field mark their graves. I passed by so many as I made my way here. It is our duty to never forget them, nor the sacrifice they made.
Fort Hateno Memorial.
Though some believe a miracle occurred here at Fort Hateno, the truth is less divine. We were all saved thanks to the soldiers, including Link, who chose to risk their lives.
You also blew up all the Guardians with your magic.
If my power had awakened sooner. Regardless, I pray their spirits were comforted by Goddess Hylia.
You still haven't told us where the Guardians and Shikatek went, girl. Please, tell us.
Dueling Peak Stable is one of the newly established stables. Considering this whole area was devastated by the calamity and completely overrun by Guardians, it's a good thing there was not a stable here before. Kakariko Village. The Sheikah that live here are quite peaceful, but that does not mean they are unwilling or unable to defend themselves. I would not be surprised if this village avoided the worst of the calamity, because any monsters that threatened it were summarily dealt with by the villagers themselves.
Well, because they're ninjas. It's a ninja village. 100-year-old friendship. Oh, Impa!
I came here to visit a friend that I had not seen in 100 years. She had been an advisor to the royal family, and following the calamity, she became the leader of this village while awaiting my return. The relief on her face when she saw me. We talked for hours and hours, trying to make up for all the time we'd lost.
Lovely. That's a lovely story. The Sankei carp.
They're a beautiful fish with a unique patterning living in the waters beneath the falls.
Ah.
They must be the ornamental fish Sheikah researchers worked tirelessly to breed here 100
That
years ago.
is...
Their efforts were
Again,
certainly
before
hindered
and
by
afters. A
calamity,
lot of before and
but it
afters
doesn't
here.
surprise me that the Sheikah would still find a way to finish their work.
A lot of these feel like specific setups and payoffs from the last game.
A local guardian.
The Frog Guardian,
It has
yep.
long been believed that frogs bring good luck. In fact, they hold spiritual significance for the Sheikah. For my part, I pray not only that the land of Hyrule be restored, but that we can then continue to work together and achieve great things.
Okay, neat. Bringing attention to the frogs again. The Plum Garden again.
A garden for growing plums. 100 years ago, Impa planted a plum tree here to celebrate a child's birth. It really has grown into something beautiful since that time. The care Melly has put into maintaining this place is clear to see. Now that I think of it, could she be...
Implying that Melly is the child born because the one that Impa planted the plum for? Melly, interesting. Coco's garland.
The house where Coco lives. She picked such an abundance of flowers for me that we decided to make garlands with them. She said she would teach her little sister Kotla how to make them as well. Seeing her work so hard stirred memories of when Mother taught me how to weave garlands together, though I found it very difficult at first and may have even cried in frustration. It seems the great fairy Kotera no longer lives here. I have heard that the only truly appropriate offering to her was rupees, and after the villagers started offering vegetables, thinking that would suffice, Kotera quickly grew weak. She was too considerate of the villagers' feelings to say anything, though.
Again, rupees are magic. That's a fact. I'm gonna have to make the rupees are magic video at some point, aren't I? The Spring of Wisdom. Spring of Wisdom time.
The last time I descended this
Right,
mountain,
you're gonna talk about
the
that.
powers I had inherited were still beyond my grasp.
Yep.
The
Calamity was soon to
soon to
come.
come, with all its despair and destruction.
Yep.
But now, thanks to the flame of hope kept alive by the champions, by Link, I can do my utmost for everyone.
So no Spring of Wisdom lore about things. Feeling truly at home. Oh, Necluda, we're in. This is where she get her house, Luke. We're getting her house.
I always feel at home when I am in Hateno Village.
Hateno Village.
The smells of well-tended soil and freshly cut grass. The refreshing breeze coming off Mount Lanayru washing over me.
Okay.
The sound of children at play in the village. I am so glad to see life slowly returning to normal here.
Yeah, but what about your house? Rumored fashionista.
That people have time to consider and enjoy fashion is a sure sign that life is returning to normal in Hyrule. I'm sure much of the credit for the interest in fashion is thanks to Cece's determination and inspiration. I hear the idea for the mushroom pattern came to her when she visited Town in Akala.
Splash of inspiration. Oh yeah, dye shop.
Kochi Dye Shop here in Hateno Village specializes in dyes. The owner, Sage, stuck his own head into his dyeing machine and turned his trademark red hair black. Apparently it happened while he was working on an idea he got from some drawings his son Safaro made. I must admit, I am intrigued with what he's up to.
Okay. Beacon of Hope.
I pray that as the restoration work continues, Hateno School will become a place where children can find many paths toward their futures. That it will shine as a beacon of hope for generations to come.
What about your house, Zelda?
I will forever associate Hateno Pasture with the meal I had here 100 years ago. However, when I returned recently and inquired after the recipe, no one seemed to know what I was referring to. Could that unforgettable dish be lost to time?
Zelda ate cheese before it was invented, and that's a prequel payoff to Link makes cheese now. Puff of smoke.
It seems that when the calamity was defeated, all of the ancient relics here
at
the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab turned to dust and disappeared.
There it is! There it is! They're acknowledging it, they're explaining it, they weren't needed anymore, they just whooshed away. Huge.
All that remains are replicas of the originals, and with those gone, these are even more valuable. They will doubtlessly help tell future generations of the history of Hyrule.
Okay, there we go. She already said it. It's just like they got Thanos snapped after Ganon the calamity subsided. Anti-aging secrets. Ooh, how did you go from old to child to normal age?
Pura has used the blackboard in her room to write out the details of how she reversed her physical age.
So Guardian's arms are now
I
towers of
still can't believe
replicas.
she got the
Yes.
idea from sheep's fat. Regardless, it seems she quickly got bored of her childhood form.
I can't believe sheep's fat. That's why there were sheep in the place. Details on how she reversed. She got the idea from sheep's fat. That's a weird call out. I don't know what that means. Seems she quickly got bored of her childhood form. Good.
It is amusing that, despite 100 years passing and Pura growing old, then young, then a little older, she hasn't changed in at least one way. She will become obsessive about something, yet grow tired of it quickly.
She has ADHD and autism or something, I guess. Atano Beach!
Even though 100 years have passed, and so many things have happened, this place hasn't changed a bit. Its enduring nature has shown me that it's all right not to force change.
I see. A divine punishment. The horned statue. Ooh.
A strange horned statue. It suddenly spoke to me, calling itself a dealer in life and power.
Okay.
And I felt an overwhelming sensation, like my life was being drained away. But just as suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the statue, toppling it into the water. That feeling... I do not think the statue had good intentions. It is best left submerged.
So, the bargainer statue tried to bargain with Zelda and was hit with a smite from the gods because she is a holy lady. Interesting. That's where it went. That's what happened to it. Why it showed up in the sewers, I'm not sure, but... Oh, the secret hideout in the well.
While we were digging a well, I came upon a hidden room. It may have been connected to the main building at one time, but it seems it was forgotten as years passed. Still, it could be used again, with a little work on the more decayed areas. I imagine something precious was once stored in that treasure chest. What could I put there?
Link's shirt. Zelda's home. Okay, guys, Zelda's house. Here we go.
This room feels a little lonely. So I've decided to decorate it with pictures of the people and places I encountered on my travels. And also with the memories of my dearest friends.
Okay, that's all you have to say about Zelda's home? Apparently she lives alone. It's a little lonely. She had pictures, so she lived alone. There we go. That's the answer, fellas. She lived alone. It got lonely. She put up pictures. She lived alone. Forest of the Deku Tree, Great Hyrule Forest.
Once you pass through the Lost Woods, you'll arrive at the forest where the Great Deku Tree lives. When I first visited here, I could hardly move from fright, but Mother soothed my fears by pointing out that where I saw scary twisted trees, she saw interesting, expressive faces. That is when I truly learned the value of appreciating different perspectives.
Okay. The Sword's Protector.
I have visited this place and the Great Deku Tree countless times, but the very first was shortly after I was born, when the Great Deku Tree blessed me with a cherry blossom bud. It bloomed above my head, proving I had inherited the power of the goddess. Though Father was joyful at this, Mother's reaction was mixed. There was difficulty and pain in the journey that lay ahead for me, but I am, in the end, happy to have been blessed with this power. When Link was on the brink of death, had it not been for your voice to guide me, I wouldn't be here now. Though I cannot hear your voice anymore, I still offer you my thanks. It is because of you that the world was saved. Please, rest here and heal your wounds.
Okay. Oh, there we go. That's all the Zelda ones. Some little tidbits. A lot of great characterization. A lot of really great characterization. Mostly a couple of lore significant ones. Let's move on to perhaps the least... I don't know. It might be the least lore significant. It might be the most lore significant. Which one are you? Okay, you don't matter. You can leave, and we will replace you with... Koga. Let's talk to Koga. Hold on. We will alter this source to instead take stuff from... The Koga thing. Where is... Can you guys hear this?
Is this?
There it is.
Afterlife?
Wait a minute.
Great beyond? My final reckoning? Nah, it still hurts like I'm alive. And I'm alive thanks to this weird inflated cloth. Talk about helpful.
Oh!
That dastardly Link.
He landed on a balloon.
The secret technique of the leader of the Yiga clan. Ah! Hang on. Maybe I'm in the depths. That's where a bunch of ancient people lived. Maybe?
Okay. Part 1, The Fall, you say. Interesting. So, I don't know if he's going to have anything meaningful to say. Yiga knew about the depths. Well, they were once Sheikah, and the Sheikah are connected to the Hyrule royal family, and if anybody's going to keep records of the depths, it's the Hyrule royal family. So, that makes sense to me on some level.
This place is way too dark. Maybe if these dim glowing things could get brighter, or if this green crest thingy reacted at all. And what even is this? Some kind of massive plant? It goes so far up. Does it reach all the way from here to the surface?
I mean, yeah, it's...
Oh, it shook a little there. But touching it also sent a shiver down my spine. Huh. Maybe they're spirits? But if they are, then that means this is the afterlife.
So that's a conclusion he comes from interacting with Poe souls. The keen sixth sense?
What's this floating green thing?
Floating green thing, you say?
This some kind of bottle? What's inside? I'll just... Fine! Don't open! I'm still gonna hang on to you. My sixth sense says you're important.
He grabs some kind of green bottle thing. Master Koga's Education Part 1.
This some kind of ancient doodad? It's flat there and pointed here. Ah, my butt! Ah, what a terrible seat! Oh, take this terrible seat! Ah! What? Why are you glowing?
No idea how we get all this, but I don't care. This is great. Yeah, I don't know how Link, absorbs this information. But Master Koga going crazy because he's like, what are these doohickeys? What is this place? Did I die? What's going on here? It's very fun.
Aha! More ancient doodads. Lots like the last one, too. Crazy thing firing off into the air scared the bananas out of me. Huh. I bet the ancients used them to get around. Which means I can, too. Come here, round thingy. Time to show Master Koga what you can do. Yeah!
he just starts... Ooh, puffshrooms.
Oh, this is a new mushroom. I've never seen anything like it on the surface. Maybe just one little bite. Ah, what is this smoke? I can't see it. Oh, it's just like a smoke screen. I should hang on to a few of these for the next time things are looking dicey.
This is funny. Learns Zonai tech by smacking ancient relics together. Yep, that's basically what this is. Invitation to join the Yiga clan.
Okay, so there are bokoblins down here. And they're smart enough to mine for something using tools, but they attacked me right away. Here I thought faithful servants of the Magnificent One would want to be friends. Could have at least talked first.
Okay. Escaping the bokoblins.
Good riddance to those bokoblins. I guess they don't like this light. I was going to let them join my new Yiga clan depth squad, but they definitely like attacking me too much. Makes me miss the Yiga clan. I wonder what they're up to.
implies Master Koga never encountered a monster in person. I guess it does. Like, maybe the Yiga clan foot soldiers definitely have. But, like, they never reported back to Koga. Abandoned Karakara Mine.
What's the deal with this place? The furnace is blazing away, but no one to be seen. Though from a distance, it did look like this green thing was moving. Maybe I should find something to eat. Things will go bad if I start hallucinating.
This is fairly soon after the Breath of the Wild, I would imagine. Muddle buds, huh?
Aha! Is this the source of that horrible rotting smell? It is awful. Can't stand it. I hate it. I don't want to stop smelling it.
Oh, no.
Oh, little bit dizzy, Oliver. Hey, over there. Those aren't bokoblins. They're Yiga. Guys!
Ooh, lovely. Master Koga did a drug! Master Koga doing a drug! Standing shadows. Ooh, these are the ghosts holding swords. Let's see what Koga has to say about them.
Is that? At last! Someone to help me! Hey! There are bokoblins chasing! Huh? I could have sworn there was someone here. Oh, no one tells you how lonely solitude is. I'd even accept the company of that Link character. No! What am I saying? I'll never forgive him for casting me down into the depths. Never!
Okay, interesting. Silent companions.
I was sure this one was a person. But nope, just another statue. Figures. Hey, there are a lot of statues down here. Maybe I'll just head from one to the next, starting with where this one is looking. I haven't got anywhere else to be.
He's giving a clue on how to find the mines, or not the mines, the forges. Essence of banana.
Oh, good. More ruins. Couldn't be an actual village, could it? And no water either. I keep hallucinating Yiga calling out to me. Koga! Koga! Feels like yesterday that I inherited that name.
Inherited that name? So Koga is a name passed as the leader of the Yiga clan. Because there is a Koga in Age of Calamity. I was always like, is Master Koga just like 100 years old or something? But no. It is an inherited title. Interesting.
So long ago. That smell. That's banana. Set out to ripen for 5 days. Just how I like it. It must be them. Yiga clan. Guys?
Oh, did the Yiga clan find him? Age of Calamity must be somebody else, but it so happens they look, sound, and act the same. Yes, something like that. Master Koga's Education Part 3.
The Yiga are gathering critical bananas. I mean supplies. For us to set up the Depths branch of the Yiga clan. While they do that, I need to figure out how this device works. Cloth with a hole at the bottom. Now, what if I put fire here? Uh-huh. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, no! Stop! Don't fly away! Is this some kind of grave?
The cemetery's secret. What cemetery?
No bones, though. Not a grave after all, are you? I bet you're hiding something. Aha! A treasure chest. Now
This is just a lovely traversal through Koga's just misadventures in the depths.
Anything else here? Ah, a notebook. I can't read the letters. but I know what this is. It seems luck hasn't abandoned me yet.
Is this schematics? Unsafe gathering. Is this a...
Nuh-uh. You can't fool me. This place has all the makings of a trap.
Is this Coliseum? Found a schematic. Must have one. Yeah, must have.
This. There. Trap sprung. Ha ha. So easy to... Hey, what are you... Stop it. I don't want to fight you.
That's one of the Colosseums. Great skeleton of the depths.
Wow. I've seen some big skeletons in Gerudo Desert, but I don't think I've run into anything like that down here.
These are like the dragon skeletons, right?
If the surface and the depths are connected, then that means the creatures living up above could come down here. I think. The pictures in that book from the graveyard were very, very clear. These things all attach in different ways to make something else. So, if I take this cloth, connect it to the platform, with this wind-blowing thing here...
Dragons going underground, I think is what it refers to, probably.
Then if I lit a fire under it, it'd work. Yeah, I need to study this notebook. Time to head to the hole under the hideout.
This is how he gets back up to rally the Yiga clan, isn't it? Building up the Yiga clan empire. Okay.
Okay. So I think it'll work to set up a base here close to the hideout. But what do I do about the graveyard notebook? The drawings in it are absolutely schematics of some kind. But they look like impossible, unbuildable wastes of time. But if they aren't, I should explore the depths some more.
The glutton frocks.
You big stupid toad thing! Why do you have good-looking ore on your head if you're just gonna try and eat me when I check it out? I hope you like that bomb flower I gave you. I hope it gives you gas!
Subtle hint on how to defeat them efficiently. An ancient guard.
The notebook had info about this thing, I'm sure. What page was that?
Oh, the cube guy. The cube guys, the cube guardians, the cube golems.
According to these pictures, this creature gets all person-shaped when you get too close. Must be some kind of guard? It's got glowing red eyes, and those are always bad news. I'll keep my distance.
Okay. They shall be called Zonai devices. You called them that?
I bet the notebook I found belonged to a Zonai. And if I'm right about that, then this shape must be Zo. And I think this one is Na. And this is I. Device. Zonai device. Zonai device. Yeah, that seems right. And I don't care if it isn't.
Okay. There you go. Way up. Oh, he's translating. Yeah. Again, Sheikah, the Yiga were Sheikah, so they have some access to the knowledge of the Sheikah. That makes sense to me.
So, obviously this was meant to send things to the surface. What I don't understand is how it moves things through the ground. The pictures in the notebook look like it just happens. They just go through. I don't get it.
Well, you don't have a send.
Use this to send stuff to a base on the surface if I can't figure it out.
You don't have the ascend Zonai hand thing, buddy. A stone giant.
And there's the face.
Oh, yeah.
You're not in the notebook. Does that mean the Zonai didn't make you?
Ooh, okay.
How'd you get turned to stone anyway? Maybe the goddess did it because you did something bad. Well, bad by her standards. And if she didn't like you, I bet we would have gotten along.
The bargainers, exactly, the bargainer statues. Interesting. I don't know if his observation is correct, but it's certainly interesting that they specifically wrote that as his observation. Gliok Den.
Oh, look at this level ground. And cliffs on all sides. This would be the perfect spot for a base. I would have to get rid of these statues, though. Oh, and replace them with statues of me. But what poses would be best? Maybe this. Or I could do... Ha! What about, wait. Is that growling? What is that? Ah!
He fights the Gliok. Fun. That's fun. Koga's Education Part 5.
Whoa, yes. There we go. Finally a stick-shaped Zonai device that looks like it could steer things. Like a steering stick. With this, the Yiga clan will be able to use Zonai devices with only a little bit of training. Plus, now I can try making this bird-like thing from the notebook.
Oh, he's making a hovercraft machine. Death Mountain Initiation.
No, I can't keep going. It's too hot. What's the deal? This place feels like it's under Death Mountain. Phew. Yeah, no fireproof elixirs on me. And I don't see any fireproof lizards around. Definitely time we head back.
So yeah, he didn't go to Death Mountain. Part 2 research. Education Part 6.
Okay. I think I finally escaped that scorching misery of a place. Oh, wheels. Big ones and small ones.
You're gonna make a monster truck, aren't you?
But the small ones are really maneuverable, but those big ones would be great for tough paths. Oh, we Yiga have such good reflexes and balance, I bet we could even make a unicycle with these.
Okay. He's becoming... He's getting creative. He's on a character arc. He's on a growth arc. He's on a character arc of growth. A deep firefly.
Okay, what is that glowing creature? Some kind of bug. Maybe we could use it in an elixir that helps with the darkness down here. Gotta catch it first, but that'll be easy. Nothing is sneakier than a Yiga in their Yiga clan clothes. What? Are you kidding me? Is that tree walking?
We've got the Evermeans. He's encountered an Evermean. Oh, Zora statues.
This statue looks a lot like a Zora, which means that statue of a woman I saw before was probably a Gerudo. And if I follow this statue, I'll probably find something man-made eventually, too. I think I'm beneath the Lanayru region. But that'd mean the depths are massive. I'll never finish exploring them.
You'll get it. You'll get tired of it pretty fast, buddy. Abandoned Lanayru Mine.
So this is where all those Zora statues were leading me to. Kinda like how the Gerudo statues pointed the way. Must be important. And sturdy by the look of it. A perfect place for a Yiga clan base.
Okay, nice.
This
what
thing
lives
was
in the abandoned
definitely
mine?
Moving.
The Zonai thing? The Zonai construct?
Its neck was all stretched out, just like the pictures in the notebook. I can't believe something so ancient still works. Better take it with me. Okay, lift with your legs and... Oh, wow, you're heavy. Never mind. The younger Yiga can haul this home.
So what's next? Oozing
I knew
madness.
It the moment I saw it. That red ooze is not good. It feels like part of my soul is being stolen right out of me at the slightest touch. And lately, this stuff has been getting everywhere.
So he's been observing the spread of gloom as Ganon wakes up.
But I figured out the secret. Don't touch it. And that is why the Hover Doom Mark I is the best thing
The
ever.
Hover Doom Mark I.
Turns out if I stare at Zonai letters long enough, I can learn to read them. It also turns out someone named Minoru wrote this notebook I found.
Oh! I suppose that would mean gloom wasn't all over the depths right when he dropped down there. Apparently not. Also, he can just read Zonai. He read the name Minoru.
They were apparently the last Zonai to manage this place. Anyway, I came here looking for prototype constructs, not a big owl statue. And that isn't a construct. Right?
He's at the Spirit Temple. He's at the Construct Factory.
All right. So instead of prototype constructs, this place is empty. That's great. Not like I had plans to use everything I was gonna find. At least I have the schematics for Minoru's construct. I could just make that myself.
Oh! Right. That was his Minoru's construct. He was gonna make a construct that was a secret weapon he was gonna show Ganon to, like, please notice me. I'm cool. I'm your biggest fan. That makes sense. That's where he got it. That's pretty cool.
So I thought Zonai devices were only good for getting around, but a fire-breathing dragon head? That's really dangerous. Oh, I have an idea. If I take this and some spikes and add them to my construct, yes, this could be amazing. This could be incredible. This could be Mecha Koga 5000 Deluxe.
That's one of his cars, isn't it? Uninvited guests.
So that last earthquake opened up a bunch of holes to the surface.
He's been here the whole time. That was just the upheaval he felt.
And apparently Zelda has some new minions. They're calling themselves a survey team. Boring. And they have started poking around down here.
Okay.
Road. I was here first.
Death car
I
invented.
erase them from existence the moment I see them, but maybe I should let them look around and see what they find. Then erase them. Ha!
All right. So we are at ad break now. Ad break is happening. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit you with the BRB, and then we're going to finish this and maybe get through Raoru's stuff. But for right now, I'm going to hit you with the be right back. I got to refill my water and use the bathroom. Yep, ads. I'll let you wait out the ads for a sec. Nope. There we go. There's the right one. All right, we're back. And after that, ads should be done. Yes, Luke? If you're still here. So I will continue with uninvited... Oh, wait, no. Uninvited guests the last one. What is the next one? Great Abandoned Central Mine. This is where we meet him.
Yeah, this is definitely the place the notebook mentioned. It says a construct here will let you use Zonai power to memorize and rebuild the design once it's been made. That would be really useful. Except there's another one of those green crests. And it doesn't do anything. Someone else can figure it out.
Yep, this is where we first meet you trying to figure it out. Spy report.
It is a good day. I got a report from one of my spies in the survey team. They say the Demon King has awakened, and both Zelda and Link have gone missing. This is the perfect opportunity to show the Magnificent One that we, his best and most loyal retainers, are ready to support him.
So this marks where the beginning of Tears of the Kingdom. After this, Every one of these is a Tears of the Kingdom, happens in parallel with the game.
Okay. The Yiga clan knows where and how to build the base. They can handle the menial work from here. Meanwhile, after
Secret
I'm
Spring
done
of Revival.
soaking, I need to hurry to the Magnificent One. A meeting with him is not something I would leave to anyone else.
So he was at the Secret Spring of Revival.
I heard a really interesting bit of news from one of my spies in the Zonai survey team. It seems there's lots of Zonai stuff down here because the ancient Zonai were digging all over the depths to find an ore called Zonite. Which must mean the place with the big furnace is an abandoned mine. And that obviously means this incredible source of energy was meant for me to control.
Obviously.
It seemed really
Abandoned
strange
Hebron
that
mine.
the Rito statues ended abruptly. But turns out the entrance is on the surface. And it's right under Rito Village.
Yep.
Maybe all the mines those statues point to are under big settlements. If
Big
that's
if true.
We can employ some sneaky, stabby, and attack from below while they're distracted. Magnificent One, I hope you approve of my incredibly clever plan.
Lome. Oh, Lome. The maze ruins.
Almost. No good. Curse my banana gut. The price I pay for those lovely yellow fruits. I just know there's gotta be a great treasure if a flux construct is here. But no. Bananas are once again my undoing. I'm done with this. That treasure chest probably won't open anyway.
Right, it's the the Dragon's
What's
Path.
that? It feels like something is overhead. And the wind. Did it just
Dragons
wake
do
up?
dip underground.
But I don't. Oh. What's that?
Yeah.
It's hard to make it out, but is that a dragon?
It is indeed a dragon.
How did I not notice a dragon?
They've only just started going above and below.
Oh.
Aquatic
That
division.
is a really big lake. Perfect for the aquatic division of the Yiga clan. We'll have to move quickly to build powerful water vehicles. And obviously we'll need to train Yiga to use them. We must be ready for whatever the Magnificent One needs.
So we're just kind of getting his, rallying his troops
All of the
underground.
monsters down here are
Little
so
Frox
strong,
Farm.
Stronger than 100 men. But none of them listen to me.
I think it's a fact that most people can't or have trouble seeing or noticing the dragons. Yeah, the fact that he could see it was kind of crazy.
The moment I find one, I get attacked. I hate getting attacked. And that's why I've launched the Monster Training Program. Just as every child bonds with their parent, every monster I raise will bond with me. And they will serve the Demon King. Hey, I'm not food. No, I'm not. Stop biting me.
He's trying to
So there's a name for that
raise
red stuff I keep finding
trying to
all
raise
over the
the
depths.
frogs down there. Gloom.
I
Yep.
wish I had known it was flowing from the Magnificent One. I would have just followed it to him. I can't now, though. Blasted stuff is all over the place and impossible to backtrack. Stupid, no good. I like the Magnificent One's gloom. So much. The acoustics down here just made it sound like I was complaining, but I wasn't. Gloom, gloom, gloom.
I see.
At first, I thought this was a giant
bokoblin.
bokoblin, and I absolutely didn't even flinch at the sight. But it seems to just be a statue.
Statue of
Hang
bokoblin.
on. Is this the back? Why would there be a big bokoblin face there? Could it be some kind of disguise? Reminds me of that guy on the surface who makes monster masks.
Interesting. A statue in the depths of a guy with a bokoblin mask. That's interesting.
I understand that the
Signs of the
gloom is
Demon
a
King.
blessing given to us by the Magnificent One. And that stepping on it is basically an insult to him.
I don't know what it's referring to. I don't know. I'll have to look that up.
I don't know how people on the surface avoid it, even if it is less thick up there. Wait, could that mean the Magnificent One must be in the depths with us?
He's figuring it out. Oh no. Sunday Lions.
I'm willing to bet all my bananas that the Magnificent One is somewhere down here. The gloom is so thick, like a red, oozy soup. But it's too thick for even the Yiga clan to avoid it while searching. Wasn't there something one of my spies said about Sunderlions and the gloom? I'll need to look into that.
Master Koga's wish. Oh, there's the Heartstone.
The notebook says this is where people wished for matchmaking. Or something. Well, in that
oh no.
case, I wish to meet the Demon King.
Okay.
Maybe there's a trick to it. I wish to meet the Demon King. I wish to meet the Demon King.
You're not romantically interested in the Demon King, though. I don't think so, anyway.
Monsters in gloom don't seem to like the water in the depths, making lakes the perfect place for bases. We've already got a perfect site up and running, and the Yiga are making progress using Zonai devices. They're turning out one schematic after another. But also, I should really get to work on Mecha Koga 5000 Deluxe.
The name of his, for his car. Unwelcome news.
Grrr. That cursed Link is back. I knew rumors of him vanishing were too good to be true. And where you find Link, you'll find someone pulling his strings. It can't be Zelda, though. She's long gone from this world. Or is she? The royal family can be tricky. Okay. Assume nothing, and only rest when I'm sure the job is done.
Okay.
Where
And
could
unlocking the
Magnificent
ancient power.
One be? We've searched high and low with nothing to... Huh? Hey, you! Why are you in such a hurry? Slow down, there's no need to... What? The Green Crest? You figured out how to make it? Then we have to hurry to the great abandoned central mine. Hurry! Go faster!
This is right before we meet him in the game, and he's trying to figure it out. Didn't get a lot from him. A lot more heavy afterlife mentions. We're gonna listen. We won't have much time, but let's do the Raru stuff. Are you hearing this? Do you hear the Raru stuff?
The lives of our people and this tree are interconnected. As we prospered, so too did it.
Wait,
it was
in
the
this
site
tree?
for many of our rituals.
Oh!
Though that role has since been taken up by the Temple of Time, I am sure this sacred tree watches over us still.
Sacred tree on the Great Sky Island. There's a big stump. Interesting. Also, Raru. Bop. There you are, buddy. Just to let people know it's you talking. So, Sacred Tree. But now it's...
A crystal refinery.
The crystal refinery.
And one responsible for a highly complex manufacturing process. The nature of the work was such that only a select few constructs could perform it. And only 2 of those remain in operation.
Two forged ones,
Fortunately,
yeah.
that is enough for now. Though apparently there was a time when they could be found throughout the kingdom.
Okay. Even you don't know about your own history. Piercing evil, this is the Temple of Time.
Temple of Time is a bell tower and faithful timekeeper, as well as a spiritual center of this land. It was constructed in a traditional Zonai architectural style that extends both up into the sky and down into the ground. It was believed in ancient times that such a design could pierce through evil.
What did we learn from Koga and the Yiga? That the Yiga, and therefore probably she, can know about the depths in advance, then that gloom only started spreading after the end of Breath of the Wild, and Master Koga inherited the title a fairly recently. Yes. That's kind of a lot. Good stuff, solid stuff, but nothing groundbreaking. Some of the afterlife stuff is interesting. The connection to the goddess statues and the bargainer statues is interesting. Temple of Time. Traditional Zonai architecture, piercing evil. Interesting.
This altar is considered the most holy place in the temple.
Uh-huh.
And it is where we give offerings as part of our prayers for a bountiful, peaceful
The altar
world.
at, like, the end where you
I
dive
have heard
down.
ancient legends that it could interact with a sacred power, allowing travel back
Wait,
and
wait,
forth through time.
wait!
Though, how this was done is a mystery to me.
Hold on. That altar, time-traveling sword. Back and forth through time. Like we go to that altar at the thing in the Temple of Time upstairs in the sky, and we use the Master Sword to send it back in time in a closed loop, mind you, in a closed loop system, just like the closed loop system of Ocarina of Time. That altar, time travel in the Zonai Temple of Time. Perhaps, this altar is the most holy place, and is where we give offerings and prayers. I have heard ancient legends that it could interact with the sacred power. I have heard ancient legends it could interact with the sacred power. Altar, where they built their new Temple of Time, probably over the old Temple of Time. That altar represents the pedestal where Link points to refounding. Exactly. Howdy, how's it going? We're having some fun putting together some lore clues. This points to refounding and directly references Ocarina of Time. That is the impression I'm getting from this. Rauru, you do not disappoint.
The forest ostriches were once on the brink of extinction. However, a proposal by the Queen was made to protect them, and eventually, this species flourished once more. Though they were originally only found in colder lands, they are highly adaptable, thriving in all but the frigid polar regions.
Okay, neat. Ostrich is funny. Ostrich is neat. Energy lines.
These rails are intended to transport materials, but they also supply energy through pipes. The Goron people make extensive use of this kind of mechanism. And I believe it is possible they modeled their designs on our own technology.
Okay, interesting. Construct compassion?
On occasion, constructs have been observed forming a line as they wait for an available charging spot. More interestingly, some will give up their place in that line to allow constructs with a greater need to recharge first. Were it that everyone always acted with such empathy.
Okay, neat. That's fun. Little characterization for the constructs. A sense of taste.
Our culinary constructs were imparted with knowledge of both cooking meals and concocting medicines.
Huh.
Though they have no taste buds, they learn to mimic the movements we make when tasting food.
I see.
Even my sister, who gifted them with the ability to learn in the first place, was surprised by what they gleaned through simple observation.
AI technology! Musings about the capsule things.
This is known as a Zonai device dispenser.
Indeed.
But the concept of leaving things to chance is not one often seen in our civilization.
That's fun. I remember watching a 3-part lore video about Tears of the Kingdom. I remember they've talked about with Ganondorf thing, although I won't say much in case anyone hasn't played it yet. I'm running under the... We're listening to all of the... They added a bunch of lore to the Switch 2 editions. I don't have a Nintendo Switch 2. Or the Switch edition of Breath of the Wild. So I'm just listening to compilations via the Zelda Universe YouTube channel. And just kind of talking lore with people. But no, I've seen a lot of speculation and theorizing about the lore of Tears. And I really hope, especially that Rauru's stuff, and of course Agent of Imprisonment coming out later this year, help clarify.
I myself believe that it was originally created with a different purpose. Maybe it was used for entertainment. Or maybe it was not even originally made by the Zonai. The ways of our ancestors are sometimes unclear, but they are also interesting puzzles to unravel.
Rauru, you are not... The ways of our ancestors are often unclear, but interesting puzzles. My goodness, aren't you just being... You don't even know your own history, do you? You're not going to be that helpful, huh?
Though the flux constructs can enter a standby mode, reducing energy consumption outside of battle, they remain one of our less energy-efficient creations. Considering their limitations, I would love to improve on their design and give them greater range. But my sister says the ancient schematics for them are quite abstruse.
When are these being recorded? When are these coming from? Are these like him talking to Link in the current year? Or is this... Okay, this is the crafted snowscape. This is the airfield, huh?
It was here that we used the capabilities of frost emitters to create a permanently snowy region.
Oh! Mount Hylia wasn't originally snowy. The Zonai, like, climate controlled it to be a snowy mountain. Okay. That's interesting. The ways of our ancestors are a mystery. Translation, shut up! We don't think about it, and neither should you. Shut up yourself, I want to think about it. Fair enough, what's being shared is interesting. He could be recording this when he was alive, but we don't know for sure. The way that he's stating this, like, it was here that we used the capabilities. I'm feeling like this might be him talking through Link, to Link, through his arm connection thing.
By encircling the island in cold air, we created an ideal place to test the durability of constructs and Zonai devices. I'll always remember the look of wonder on Sonia's face the first time we came here.
So Mount Hylia in that snowy region, because the Great Plateau, I should say the Great Sky Island used to be part of the Great Plateau before it was ripped up and taken to the sky. That's why the Great Plateau became a raised plateau. Interesting. We're at the
We intended for this airfield to allow easy transportation of goods between Sky Islands. While I hoped the people of Hyrule would make use of it, the flying machines proved challenging to control.
Wait a minute. Didn't they only make the Sky Islands after the whole Great Calamity thing? Not Great Calamity, after the whole imprisoning war. Rauru, why would... I'm confused on the timeline of this. You made the Sky Islands before the imprisoning war? And... Huh. This is confusing. Linnea was similarly cold because Nature is there. Probably. I'm confused on the timeline of this.
I once sought to join Sonia while she practiced with one. But a construct stopped me, insisting that the devices are limited to one rider. I do not believe anyone else is as proficient at handling Zonai devices as the Maker constructs. That said, one should be careful around the inventions of less experienced ones. I recall a very
it's probably it.
chaotic
Speaking back to when he
rafting ride
previously did something like
misaligned
that. Yeah.
fan made it nearly impossible to steer. I was scared half to death throughout. But Queen Sonia enjoyed herself.
Circular design.
Circular designs often represent an eternal bond.
Oh,
And were
okay.
even thought to ward off evil.
That's why there's so
Perhaps
many
with that in
Zonai
mind,
swirls.
Many of the structures here have been constructed with a circular shape.
Mm-hmm.
Though this was once an archive containing many important records, now only those my sister keeps remain.
Interesting. Zonite Forge Island. Okay.
Zonite was once readily found even on Sky Islands. This giant refinery is a remnant of a time where its scarcity seemed impossible. Of course, the lava that powered the refinery still remains. I should consult with my sister and see whether we can yet find a use for this furnace.
I should consult with my sister and see whether we can find a use for this furnace. This is him talking about the past. When is this? When are you recording? When is this? Who are you talking? Is this you showing Zelda around? Is this you showing Zelda around? Implies he didn't build the furnace himself. Yeah. Is this you showing Zelda around in the past? Is that what this is? Because I should consult my sister, see whether we could... Your sister is dead. Your sister has separated her soul from her body and placed it inside of a construct at this point in the timeline. So, this must be... You're talking about, oh, Queen Sonia and I do this all the time. You're taking Zelda on a guided tour of the Sky Islands. Maybe the Sky Islands he's referring to were torn up and sent up there before, and then the Temple of Time was lifted up after because it was turned into a thing after Zelda did the whole dragon thing. Could this be before Zelda shows up?
The Those that complete the skydiving trial are bestowed empowering attire. It allows them to better control their movement in the air. And if
Valor
all the pieces
Island,
are worn together, the wearer need not fear striking the ground no matter how far they fall. The ancient Zonai even fell to the surface at times, but I believe this attire kept them safe too.
I mean, that's what the Great Sky Island was on the ground level once. Yeah, exactly.
Heard that the original reason for the lower gravity in this space was to reduce the jolts cargo could experience during transit. However, it has an additional use. It seems the Zora greatly enjoy the sensation of swimming through the sky.
So, the water temple from this game was always a sky thing. And the Zora would come up to the water temple via that waterfall, I imagine. Rauru, you know what? None of your voice notes are making things less weird. Very few of them are making things less weird.
Thanks to the plentiful water available here,
in the
this is a prime spot for conducting water-related research.
In the
floating spheres, for example,
water temple,
have
yes?
the potential to revolutionize logistics.
So these are confusing things even more. A little bit.
Their use is limited to certain islands.
We? Who's we? Hold on. Water flows. Oh yeah, the water temple, Wellspring
Island.
Island.
The water that flows from here eventually becomes clouds and rain.
We'll have to come back later to tackle these later.
Zora
yes.
People in ancient times had dealings with the Zonai, and I can imagine they used the immense waterfall to travel from the surface to the sky. It is appropriate some refer to this waterfall as a bridge. I thought it very strange
Floating scale
when I heard
island.
from the Zora that there was a fish in the sky, but now I see what they meant. They also told me to stand on the edge of the center platform and look out to the southwest, but Oh, I understand. Quite befitting the Zora.
Right, the floating sky scale island, the test one. Yeah.
A lot of debris is scattered in the area.
A launch mechanism.
It is likely that cargo was handled here and... Perhaps the strange shape of the container made it difficult to control the launch mechanism.
When are you recording these? Sky Mine.
This area was once known for the abundance of ore that could be mined from the numerous floating islands.
So there were floating islands before Rauru landed. The Zonai are said to be from the sky, which maybe there's still residual sky islands from. You've got the Sky Temple from the Oka from Twilight Princess. You got the Sky People from Minish Cap. And you have the Sky Islands, obviously, from Skyward Sword. Nezzy Crisp, new chapters arrived. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Nezzy. Welcome. We are listening to the new lore added to the Switch 2 editions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and being kind of confused.
Many gathered here to make their fortunes, though today only a few mines remain.
The sky mines.
Sight of ore deposits sparkling in the night sky.
You're still going? Indeed.
Wonderful company at one side.
We're only...
It's a better kind of fortune in any case.
We've got a couple minutes left here.
Said that until...
Oh! Thank you, Nezzy, for following. I should put you underneath the thing, but it's fine. I thought it would take like an hour or two. Well, Zelda's... The Breath of the Wild ones from Zelda are like 40 minutes. The Tears of the Kingdom Zelda ones are like 40 minutes. Then we have 20 minutes of Koga and 10 minutes of Rauru. So I'm just going to finish this up here real quick, if you don't mind. But thank you for the follow, Nezzy. I appreciate that.
The guardian of this labyrinth offered guidance. A soul would be set to wander these halls.
Says the guardian.
Perhaps this was the room where those dishonest with themselves were judged. Where the guardian of this place weighed the courage of a soul.
Interesting. A Sky ruled by the dragon. Okay, Bravery Island.
Make it easy to overcome many of life's obstacles. The idea of flying through the sky without assistance, of overcoming one's fear of falling, has been dismissed as unnecessary idealism. But now that only my sister and I remain, I believe
a knight shall not be dishonest. That
it is more
worth
important than ever to always strive to grow.
Indeed.
I have heard
ruled by the owl.
Until a soul here receives guidance from the labyrinth's guardian, it will wander this maze.
So the mazes in the sky, as well as
wisdom with their keen mind, would pass judgment on those who deceived others.
And inside the depths chest is the Phantom Ganon armor.
I traveled here on a quest to cleanse evil.
Traverse the
Sonia
challenges.
has
Oh,
accompanied me.
the Sky Arc.
However, I had not considered how
All three labyrinths
challenging it would
already
be to
existed.
traverse this path.
Yeah.
If I had my
Or
sister's
were
power,
built by ancient
I
Zonai.
could perhaps move this vessel. Ah, I think I remember. When a Zonai tumbled, Rito Wings gave chase.
Oh yeah, the
And thanks
Stormwind
for their
Arc.
salvation,
Yep.
the Stormwind Arc was made. A gift given from the Zonai, and the Rito filled with joy. It is an old legend of my people.
Yep.
Could this be that vessel?
Indeed it is.
The
But what? Who are you exploring with? Who? Where are these coming from? When did you record these? What is going on? Streams this week? It's just oh, that's fair, Widow J. I apologize.
ceremony held
Get your
here
sleep.
was a trial of heart, strength, and
Courage
technique.
Island.
There was a time where everyone who came of age would undertake this test. But as Zonai devices developed and spread, only those wishing to challenge their courage would take part.
Right, the diving
I
challenges.
wonder if this island will ever see a new challenger.
Lightcast Island.
This island is a training site for those who carry the power of light. By practicing at
Sure.
length with this power, one can grow strong enough to overcome great evil. Ah, to recall all the times I had visited this place in my youth.
Because you were the light guy.
Though this island was
Starview
originally
Island,
used as a
the
place to store things,
orb of
it has
scope
been
thing.
a long
Yeah.
time since it fulfilled that role.
And it's in
while
the location of
island
these
lacks an official name,
thingamabobbers give context to what he's yapping about. Yeah. I could show the visual here, but I just haven't been. No worries, take your... Yeah, exactly. This is the observatory one with the ball where you had to, like, move things around.
many have come to call it Starview Island.
Yeah.
As for me, the only real stars are those sparkling in Sonia's eyes.
Oh, you sappy
this
romantic,
island
you.
was intended to be a fortress with a strong wall.
Crumbling
but it seems
fortress.
to be
Oh, yeah,
collapsing
this one.
faster than other islands.
It's upsettingly confusing what Zonai structures were always in the sky, what were on the ground, and somehow in the sky. I think just the Great Sky Island was always in the sky. Furry soup, indeed.
I wonder if the dry climate of the Gerudo region is at fault.
Yeah, the one above the
Regardless,
Gerudo area.
I should commission a maker construct to help as soon as possible. It would be a disaster if the island fell to the surface. There are stories that claim a soul
Ruled by a
wandered
boar.
these halls until the Guardian of Power
The
said to reach
South
from depths
Labyrinth.
to sky it was so large, has cleansed them of their pride. Perhaps it was in this room that judgment was passed on those overly boastful of their power.
Okay. The Guardian... They got Guardians of Power. Interesting.
This was originally a port
Thunderhead
where
Isles.
materials from the depths were imported and stored, but it is currently being managed by my sister as a construct warehouse. Security is unusually tight. Even I had trouble coming here. But, knowing my sister, she has her reasons. The people on the surface believe this to be proof
Faith in
of
the
the lightning
lightning
dragon's
dragon.
divine protection. In actuality, it is a lightning rod the Zonai constructed to prevent lightning strikes.
Yes.
Perhaps this is how belief in the lightning dragon began. I wonder how often belief results from unrelated coincidence.
Belief in the lightning dragon. My guy, it's an actual dragon that actually exists. Did those dragons come into being after? Were they draconified after the no. Huh. What? Has he explained how Breath of the Wild shrines disappeared and Zonai shrines spawned? Zonai shrines spawned because of the upheaval. Zelda explained that they just kind of turned to dust and Thanos snapped away after the calamity ended. Sheikah turned to dust, exactly.
I get a strong sense of
The treasure
nostalgia in
maps.
this place. When I was young, I was intensely interested in finding and studying treasure maps. Before I knew it, I had become quite familiar with the topography of the Sky Islands and, incidentally, with Zonai devices. Nothing motivates one to learn like a healthy sense of curiosity.
Okay, so what did we learn from that? Rauru some of the Sky Islands, many of the Sky Islands, only existed before the events of Tears of the Kingdom. And, I mean, they pulled a Shikamon. Yeah, pretty much. I learned that I need to go find these in-game. Yes, they are neat. There's some neat ones. A lot of character, a lot of storytelling, a lot of... I think... Oh, does this... The Temple of Time one in particular is like... That one might be the most convincing little tidbit of refounding in this. God of this is most Zonai structures existed long before even Rauru. Yes, they are ancient, they are from the sky, and there was an ancient time where they also delved below the depths and were numerous and populous and, like, all over the place. Rauru is, like, the last of the Zonai along with his sister. So, now that we have finished the purpose of our little Zelda Friday stream, are like, oh, that makes sense? No, unfortunately. There aren't any that are like, light bulb, suddenly everything is solved. But little things point to little things. And I'm going to read these over. I'm going to mull these over until I solve it. Junie is currently live with her community, I believe. It's a community game stream. Let us raid Junie, shall we? Ooh. /raid Juniperwood. Boom. Let's raid Junie. I thank you all for coming today. This was fun. This was different. I'm gonna mull over these, especially some of the important ones. But we'll be solving them in different ways than Bro, right? Probably. Thank you for the stream, Bros. It was interesting to listen to the lore tidbits for a little bit. Well, thank you. Be nice to Junie. She's real cool. Thank you guys for being in chat. And if you only ever lurked, I really do appreciate people lurking. That's really cool. I've got things to get to, so I'm going to close up here pretty quick, hit you with the ending screen. If you're watching the VOD, hello, welcome. Thank you for coming to the VOD from VODland. And, yeah. I'll see you next week. Keep an eye on my Discord and social media for updates on stuff. Goodbye.